Alright, good evening everybody. Welcome to the second stream in this series. In this restarted series. Yes, we indeed already did this on DEATHWORLD before. We have gotten Guntered. The difference now is we had a plan going in and a decent execution with some questionable RNG management to make sure the biters attack in not too unopportune times. And the big difference here is we will be able to get gun turret. Let's speed up the game. Okay, thank you, Windows screenshot. Speed up the game. We're gonna get gun turret in about 1 hour 35-ish, if I remember correctly. Yeah, now we can still speed up the game by a lot. It's early game, this is the entire base, there's no planets, nothing else. So instead of getting gun turret 3 hours in, like the first joke playthrough, and then 1 hour 50 or 2 hours or so in the first semi-serious playthrough, now we've got a really serious playthrough apparently. Even get an SPM boost at the end, as we are underpowering the entire setup and the assemblers have finished. So looks like we'll be getting gun turret, yeah, around 135. Stop the time, 134.49. So that's very good. As you can see, evolution is still at 16.5%. If we just let evolution continue with the time, you can just see how much it goes up just by spending a little bit of time. That's one of the reasons why this is impossible, question mark, on that build. The evolution just goes up too fast, and that in combination with there being many more nests. The nests are much bigger, the nests are more close by. Nests with medium worms cannot be taken out because there are too many medium worms, etc. And we'll reach big biters pretty soon. So there is no way to secure enough resources. Or is there? That is the question. So we kind of nailed the strategy for this specific map. I guess if we were really serious about it, we should spend much more time in finding a good map seed than we did before. But yeah, this is what we've got right now. It is pretty decent for two reasons. We got a good iron patch here, which we can mine a sizable amount of resources on early game to get gun turret, and we got the same here with copper. There are no biters close by, so that's the early game importance. And then the later game importance is just having enough resources. I'm not sure how strong this map is in that regard, but yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. I didn't really look ahead too much because I still really don't think it's very possible. We ended last stream in this position over here, where we arrived at Big Iron 1 hour and 15 minutes into the game. It only took me 74 save games to get to that point, so you can see how much we optimized every step basically. It saved a lot and reloaded a lot, and then saves coming time whenever we needed the biters to join favorable attack patterns. You can see this is a biter base. The lines represent biters, the circle represents an attack group. That attack group comes with a timer of between about 1 and 10 minutes. So by just reloading just before we start to pollute those biters, makes it so that we basically can manipulate when the biters will attack us. All of that is done except one session. We ended the last stream with science fully built up and fully fed for the gun turrets, as we just saw in the intro where I just did this from the last save. I don't know where my base is. It's over here. So we just have 20 more minutes until gun turret is researched. We fed the entire 10k copper. We got 4k copper in stocks to make up to 400 gun turrets. We won't make all of them at the same time. Well, that is the amount I think I'll need. We have a little bit extra copper. This copper is kind of useless. It has just been mined, causing pollution, causing the spread of, or like the increase of evolution, but now it will just sit in chests which is why I have just mined the tiniest bit possible of extra copper that I could get away with. Coal and iron though, we need a lot of it. We even measured the coal for the boilers. There should be not exactly enough, but we didn't like crazily overfeed the boilers. And then we have a little bit of coal left over to start up new coal mining later on. We've got all of this coal for the last session we need to do. So we're going to go back to Big Iron. We already arrived there in the playthrough. It's over here. And we're going to set up this thing again. And hopefully we're going to mine it again for 25 coal per furnace. Sorry, per burner miner. That will take about 12-ish minutes. So that should all be finished then, before a gun turret starts, I suppose. Interesting. We still have a little bit of iron on us, which we were handcrafting ammo from at the moment. So we're going to be mining this iron in order to make gun turrets, which are pretty expensive. They cost 40 iron compared to 10 copper. Then we need magazines, which is pure iron, 4 irons a pop. And then we need pipes, which is 1 iron a pop. So it's only iron from here on out until basically the big biter phase at 50% evolution. After we get gun turret, we are gonna take out the nearby biter bases, so we can set up miners on our home patches again. And this time they're there to stay, with no more running away. This is gonna be ours and it's gonna stay indefinitely. So we first gotta take out the nearby biter bases so they don't get polluted. Then we're just gonna make a battle plan. We want to take on the biggest biter bases first, the most difficult fights first when evolution is low, and then leave the puny fights for last when evolution is high. And that should kind of flatten out the difficulty curve a little bit, because there's no way we're going to be doing a fight like this one. Where is it? This one? There's no way we're going to be doing a fight like this in general, because there's like tons of medium worms here. We cannot fight medium worms in if there's more than like a handful, and this is like 20 or something. So this is already too difficult of a fight. But yeah, we want to keep the smallest bases for last and the biggest bases for early on. So we're going to have to make a plan. It's mostly about biter bases as well. Like if there are a lot of biter bases, that is bad because they spawn medium biters, which are much more resistant to yellow magazines, whereas splitters have no armor at all. So that's the plan. Let me quickly catch up with chat. Will this turn into a 12-hour edit series? I don't think so. If there is going to be an edit of this one, it's going to be a one video one, since the general idea after the gun turret phase is mostly the same as default settings. Except we're going to aim for either flamethrowers or laser turrets, depending on if we want to allow base defense. It might have to be flamethrowers. I'm not sure we can get enough resources to get to laser turrets and whatnot. We'll see how that goes. But the only thing that's different is the opening, really. And keeping biter expansion at bay. Everything is going to be much smaller. The base is going to be much smaller. There's going to be a lot of waiting. Instead of... On default settings we always had stuff to do. Set up 1000 SPM. That's not going to happen here. We won't have the pollution space to do so. So serious that you get fast inserter? I would say it's so serious we are not getting fast inserter because it's a useless technology. At least for the longest time. They even take more power to do the same work compared to these inserters. They have a higher idle draw as well. So they are actually detrimental to our base. Until we basically have one. Then we can research it. Yeah, we're not going to be killing nests. The bingo thing looks kind of funny. It's usually not too difficult to get a line on there. Alright, I think I'm all caught up. Fighting means capturing indeed. The thing that's gonna get changed in Factorio 2.1, where currently we can block a biter base with basically by blocking all the 48 spawn points around the base. The game only looks in 48 points. That's gonna change now in the future. So if we want to do this, we probably have to do it now, at least for the hands clean part. If you don't go for hands clean, I think it's pretty possible to also do this on DEATHWORLD. In general, I think the strategy would be kill the biter bases but not the spitter bases. The spitters don't come with armor, you can just defend with gun turrets. Have only spitter bases attack your base. Spitters attack your base and have the spitter bases absorb the pollution of your base, so you can actually build something instead having to let all pollution passively get absorbed by terrain and forests. I think it's pretty doable to do this on regular DEATHWORLD settings, but we want to do it with hands clean for now, since we still can. And this might be the last version that we can still do that. So we're gonna try that. Alright. I don't know how they're gonna fix it. I haven't read anything about it. It is, if they just change the... So the code now works basically maximum spawn distance from nest equals 10. And then check every 3 tiles, which is why there is like 3 tiles between the pipes and up to a maximum distance of 10, which is theoretically this. But since the game only checks every 3 tiles, the next one, 12, is out of reach. If they are going to check every tile, we can simply just fill it in completely. That is also quite possible. But that is how I first... in the Indestructible Biter Bases playthrough, I experimented with this and it actually worked. Surprisingly, that is how I found out about it in the first place. And later that got refined to the minimal grid one. So yeah, if they're gonna spawn more randomly, then it's still gonna be possible to block them off. It's just gonna cost a little bit more iron. And for me, that would be actually beneficial if that would be the change that gets made. Because I just cannot stop myself from exactly placing all the pipes, and if there's a situation like this, I refuse to do this basically. I have to place all the pipes precisely. So if instead we're gonna have to need to do this around all the bases, it's gonna be a lot more easy for me to place all the pipes. So that would be a good change for me. Personally, I think if they really want to force this to change, they just have to force to spawn a biter. If all spaces are blocked, then destroy something which is underneath and spawn the biter anyway. That would be my guess how they are gonna fix it, because just this doesn't fix it. So yeah, we'll see how the change pans out. People don't like change. That includes me. I don't like the change, but I'm sure we'll find a way to adapt to the situation. Be it without hands clean. That appears to be impossible if this mechanic... If biters can force spawn anyway, that mechanic seems to become impossible. It seems to make it impossible to do this with hands clean achievement. The hands clean achievement, for those of you who don't know, is that you cannot destroy a biter base until you have artillery, which is unlocked on the planet Vulcanus. So yeah, that's gonna take a while. On default settings, it took 270 hours to get to Vulcanus. It's gonna take longer on DEATHWORLD if we can get that far. Since our base can be much smaller, we're gonna be research limited. Anyway, for now, we need to get that gun turret researched and mine the iron for the gun turrets. And then we gotta start doing the battles. I think it's gonna be a fairly chill stream. The battles shouldn't be too difficult just yet to start off. I say very confidently. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, we did that too, the moving the base around. You can see there's a pollution cloud here, there was one over here. We are not moving the actual science base around, but I'm not doing any mining on the home patches, so we still can get away with running science without polluting the biters. Exactly. We are precisely not polluting the biters. That's why 4 of these boilers are idle now. We determined that with 6 boilers we are underpowering the base a little bit. Science per minute is 233 instead of 300, but that's alright. Because not polluting the biters is more important, since we are going to be over here building our mining outpost and probably managing biters over here, so even a single biter can do a lot of damage out here. Just avoid the human bait strategy. That's a man that paid attention to the to the first to the default settings on. Yeah, that was pretty embarrassing. Alright, so let's catch up with what we were doing. It is night. Basically what I have to do, I don't have inventory space, so I cannot cancel this. I need to keep this crafting, but we should be placing big iron on here. That gets rid of all the furnaces. And stuff, then we can insert the coal. And we will have inventory free. So the last time we're gonna need to manipulate the biter attack RNG timer is with these guys. They're actually already building up for some reason. That's interesting. Let's go and see. 3000 ticks. Okay, let's first see if they attack. I don't think they will attack because pollution is not there yet. Okay, yeah, they just rejoined the nest, so then it's gonna take the pollution reaching the nest again to start a new attack group, I suppose. And then there's this southern group over here. There's another attack group over here, but that was from previous call. I don't think we'll be in trouble with that. I don't think we can actually go out and explore much this time. We're gonna have to manage this group over here. So ideally we want a timer of about 15 to 20,000 ticks on here, game ticks. It ranges between 3 and 30,000 about. So it's a pretty narrow range. That means we can pick off the biters, and then when the first attack comes, we want a new attack group with a lot of ticks, 25,000 or higher. Which basically means we will hopefully be able to fully finish up mining before that attack group comes in. Or at least most of it. It is not as important that we do the full mining session this time, as we just need iron for the first gun turrets and the ammo and some pipes. And I think we are gonna get I mean, we can calculate how much iron we're gonna get. We have 2500 iron going in the burner miners. Every coal turns into 6.66 iron. So we're gonna get about over 16k iron out of that, if all of that coal is converted into iron plates. We brought 3700 coal because we also need 12 coal per furnace. So yeah, I think without further ado, after much ado, too much ado perhaps, let's get started with the actual stuff. So blueprint, put it down and just swipe it all. My input accuracy is not great, but that was pretty clean. So I'm walking exactly between, so I'm not standing in the way of any of the furnaces and burner miners to be placed. Alright, we're gonna save. That's the first save. Placed big iron. I'm making a lot of saves so we don't have to redo too much. So now basically we are gonna start all the burners first with half a stack of coal. And then we're first gonna put 2 coal per furnace, so the iron starts to be smelted instead of building up. The furnaces are a little bit faster than the burner drills, so they will catch up with a little bit of backlog. Alright, and now we have 1000 coal left, which we have to Z-swipe precisely. Here accuracy is more important than speed, especially this session where we don't need to explore anymore. So I'm carefully trying not to mess up. Like that. Give me back that coal. This is the most riveting gameplay you've ever seen. Challenge sounds much more interesting on paper than it really is, isn't it? The ultimate super hyper DEATHWORLD, and what we're doing, Z-swiping coal on furnaces for 3 minutes straight or so. Let's save here, because I think the pollution will be about to reach the biters. I don't think I'm... Okay, we're already polluting. But that might be bad. No attack group has formed yet, so that's good. Okay, it looks like no attack group is forming. That is weird. So I know that sometimes it happens when the biters assemble for an attack and they cannot find the target, then there is something going on with the bad attack chunks. I don't exactly know what, but I know, okay, the biter bases have saturated with pollution. They are no longer absorbing pollution now. So yeah, they are not forming an attack group for now. That is bad, because then we cannot really predict when they start forming an attack group and when they will start forming an attack group. The biters are going to join incredibly quickly because it's in the dens of the pollution. They're going to absorb a lot of pollution very fast, and all the biter bases are saturated at the moment. Okay, that might be a spanner in the works. Let's just see how lucky we get. Let's take out the iron, just as a test. And we'll see if we can get a reading on when they start forming an attack group. So let's just stand over here perhaps. I should be able to see him on the map then. And we'll just speed up time. So a circle which should be collecting biters, that's what should be happening. These guys are all even one chunk more north. Okay, those guys also are not forming an attack group. Okay, these guys in the south are forming an attack group. So that is what should be happening. Biters collecting in a circle like that. And then after a certain time they should attack us. Can we get away with this without getting attacked at all? Without having to go manage the biters over there? Yeah, I think we can. That's only like 1 more minute of coal. Which needs to be consumed. I'm just gonna stand here until they start forming an attack group. The There comes the southern biter attack group. They are breaking the stuff. But this is good because... No, this is not good of course, but this is good because no more pollution is actively being produced over here. So when the attack group starts forming, it shouldn't be too big. It looks like they're gonna rip up everything, the southern attack group. It looks like we have plenty of time to just get away. I don't know how long that bad attack chunk stuff lasts, but this is already like... Oh, there we go, that's what I mean. And all of a sudden, the biters start joining like crazy in this attack group. All the pollution is spent, the nests start absorbing pollution again here. That was like 20 minutes though. With gun turret almost done, so I think we can... If this is repeatable, we're gonna hope that this is repeatable. What is this? This is also an attack group. That's a weird place. Alright, we're gonna hope that that is repeatable. Not this stuff of course, but... At some point they just decide enough is enough and they leave the rest alone. Alright, so we only have to manage the southern attack group, at least if this is repeatable. I guess we'll have to... Then, alright. Then we might have some time to explore if we don't need to pick off biters from that northern attack group. Let's stop this. I think I want to get... Uh, 4,000 iron. Let's check. Yeah, the same thing is happening. So something with bad attack chunks. Would you ever try minimum resource patch run? I don't think so. It's not really my... It has a lot of similarities with the 1000 times science cost. Okay, this looks repeatable. Alright, so let's optimize them, because we are optimizing this one. So we'll cancel this immediately. And I want to collect 4,000 iron, which I can make into gears for the first 200 gun turrets. $35.20, $38.50. I guess we'll just pick up a little bit more. Okay, 4,001. That's all gears for the gun turrets. Okay, let's go and explore. Once more check what's going on. Okay, we again got the pollution is being absorbed, or already has stopped being absorbed, so the pollution is saturated, but no attack group spawns. Hopefully that timer is fixed now. We did see the attack group at the beginning when we arrived at Big Iron, right? So when we arrived here, yeah, there was this attack group building up. They couldn't attack, so maybe that forced a different timer with the bad attack chunks thing, where no attack group will form for a set amount of time. So hopefully that's what's going on. So where are we going? I guess we can explore the south here a little bit. So we're never going past these guys or these guys. I know there's like an iron patch over here, I think. I know. I guess, yeah, that's the most useful thing to do, just explore in the south. Then either manipulate this attack group into not attacking in time, or just dealing with it. And hopefully these guys will keep a distance. That's the goal. So let's go. It is approximately 15 minutes to Gunther. Just caught up on watching the edited series. Oh, nice. Can we sneak by here? We might be able to. Actually, that's pretty close. That might be too close. Okay, looks like we did it. New episode is done. Kind of. It's going to be over an hour, and that is because it has a lot of edited down stream footage in there. There was just no way to re-record the guerrilla mining session with the same vibe as we had going on during the streams. I think it was one of the best streams of the series, the guerrilla mining session on Vulcanus. It has an edited part in the beginning and in the end, the usual style, and then the edited down stream. The annoying thing though is the stream footage, so I didn't record the stream during gameplay for performance reasons, so I had to re-download the stream from YouTube, including all the bitrate issues, which you have come to know and love from my playthroughs or my streams. And I tried to like polish it up in post-processing in the video editor, but you know, there's only so much you can do with like a gray smear every now and then. So I hope it turns out to be acceptable quality. The thing is though, I usually have a 16:10 aspect ratio when I record in 4K. It's 3200 by 2000 pixels. And let's save here. Okay, we are not yet polluting those guys. There is no biters there. We probably should wait for these to start forming an attack group, to be honest. I think we have some time before we need to be here. They are far from filling up with iron just yet, so let's continue. So yeah, my usual footage is 3200 by 2000, and then the stream is 1920 by 1080, the usual 1080p. But you know, it's like the bitrate is not great. So the video is then in 3200 by 2000, but the stream is in 16 by 9. But since the video is 16 by 10, you kind of get that the full HD part of the streaming part basically doesn't take up the full screen, because the 16 by 10 ratio usually spawns 2 black borders on each side, and then the stream footage has black borders on the top and bottom because it's 16:9 in a 16 by to 10 video. So then you get the effect that there's basically a black border all the way around, which is not great. Also, I'm kind of feeling ashamed of myself that it's going to be uploaded in 4K, quote unquote. And the middle part of the stream footage is literal. You can count, it's like 4K pixels in total for the entire stream section instead of 4000 or 4K usual quality. So Yeah, that's a little bit misleading at the least. I think it's time to go back in there to those biters over there. Yeah, it's because the native resolution of the laptop is 3200 by 2000, and so I like to record in that. There are no good 16:9. You don't have 3200 by 1800 or something like that, something equivalent. So yeah, it is what it is in that regard. Okay, we have started to pollute these guys, so it's probably a good time to hang around. So what do we want of this attack timer? Okay, there they come. So this is what's gonna happen. How much time do we still need? Let's just check in editor mode real quick. This is gonna run for like almost 5 minutes, and then we need 2 more minutes to deconstruct it. That's 7 minutes, so we could aim for an attack timer on these guys of more than 7 minutes. The current attack timer here is 7500 ticks, which is about 2 minutes. So if we can get this number to be like, I guess above 7 minutes, so above 25,000 ticks, they will be too late to attack the iron patch, as they will already be gone. So this is what we have been doing early on. But then again, this 7,000 ticks is not too bad, because it will be a small group, and then the second group can have a much broader range of countdown timer duration, since these guys have already taken up like more than 2 minutes of that range. So we'll see how that goes. We're gonna get a new one because the attacks haven't started forming yet. Yeah, I'm gonna try to sneak by yet another time. Yeah, that shouldn't work. I was already gonna say that was pretty surprising that it worked the first time. They have about 30 square sorry, a 30 tile distance of attack range. Right, so I guess this is the save scum point. We don't actually need to save scum over here. I can read it over here if the biters stop moving. So this is the worst case scenario. There's like 12,000 ticks. So they're gonna grow to a sizable size, then attack. So that is bad. I think we are gonna re-roll that. On the other side, we don't actually need to re-roll that. We can force a new group here, since the biters are joining pretty slowly. I think I'm gonna trigger the entire nest though if I come too close. Yeah. So let's just load back to here, and we're gonna go just for the immediate favorable range. What was that again? 25k ticks or higher. That's pretty high. Okay, we might not be able to. This is again a white circle. Let's just do it legitimately then. Stop moving. Okay, that is 24,000 ticks. That is just about enough, I think. It's probably exactly not enough. Yeah, it's probably exactly not enough. Okay, we're gonna let's try just regenerating that, but in the legitimate way, without save scumming. So we'll just grab him. If we kill all biters before a new one is sent, the circle disappears. I said if we kill all biters before a new one is sent, the circle disappears, and now we get a new chance to re-roll the attack group. I guess it's still not legitimate because we're using information you shouldn't be able to see. But you can access that information by regular save scumming as well, so I think we're just gonna accept that. Okay, 24k ticks, we want more. Come on, give me a 30k or something that I can be really secure. 6,000 ticks, no good. Okay, let's check over here. They still haven't formed an attack group here either, so looks like... I hope that's just the same timer than every time. 22,000 ticks. Have 2,000 ticks already passed? Maybe. We should have like a 1 in 3 chance or so to generate something in the high range we need. 8,000 ticks. At some point this is going to be impossible because new biters will join the attack group too fast. But at the current rate we can pick them off quick enough. Right, I think that's high. 20k ticks, not good enough. And that's pretty close by though, okay. I cannot start shooting too early or the other biters will join as well. So we're getting pretty bad luck with the timers here. Okay, 19k ticks. We have wasted so much time. I think this is worthy of a reload. We should be able to get 1 in 1 go ideally. But then again, we don't have much else to do over here. I guess we could chop down some coal rocks over here. That would be beneficial. Come on, just give me 30,000 ticks and I'll go away, please. 23,000 ticks. Okay, we'll... 1 chance. Come on, second biter. $17k. Alright, we'll get a favorable one. Suggestions render video in 69 and insert the... Yeah, I was thinking about doing that. I already exported it and uploaded the video though, before I rewatched it and noticed the issue. That also keeps the stream in its native resolution instead of being reformatted yet again, one more time. There's only so many times you can reformat something. We got again 22k ticks here. The problem is I have a lot of text overs and those text boxes are on a certain position, let's say 1500 or something. If I change the aspect ratio of the entire video, I'm going to have to move all of those around, which is going to take a little bit of work. Which is okay, but that is why I haven't published it yet on Patreon even, because I want the people to see the best possible version that I can make from it, instead of now having a subpar version and you know, then later fixing it with a better version. That is not the idea. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna try that with a short section of the video and see if the quality is better or not. Okay, 29,000 ticks, finally. That wasn't so hard. I think that was the most re-rolling that we have done in the entire playthrough. So these guys are just never gonna attack. In 29,000 ticks, I'm gonna be back at my science base, man. Now we just have to hope for the north ones to behave. I think we just have some coal rocks to mine then in the meantime. Because there is nothing else to do. Like I said, riveting gameplay. Where's that other one? Oh, it's over here. I think we need to empty the furnaces once. And we have to hope that the attack group in the north holds off a bit. Yeah, 82 iron in each furnace. So what do we want to do with the iron? 1300 of those are still being crafted. That's going to take 10 more minutes. This is going to take about 3 to 4 minutes to run out. So we can basically just store it and cancel all the other crafts. I guess we need ammo and pipes. I'm not sure. I think we have a lot of pipes stored at home already. Let me just quickly check. We have no ammo and we have like 500. Okay, we've got a lot of pipes already. That's enough pipes to start off. So we basically just want the magazines then for the gun turrets. Not all of the iron though. We need iron for the gun turrets directly. Pollution here, yeah, it is in the chunk adjacent to the biter base. It should not spread on there. On both locations, we should be alright. And there is still no attack group over here. So again, just fast forward time. Okay, at this point the burner miners are running out. They are empty now. Now you have 2 minutes to deconstruct them or so. So that group shouldn't come before 1:30. Looks like they're not even starting to amass before 1:30. Again, so that's good. How is it going with these guys? That's a pretty sizable group. They're gonna attack now. So we gotta be away before 1 hour 31 and a half. These guys are still idle. Last time they also started to form only after these guys were eating the iron there. And now they start gathering. Look how fast they gather though. Once that's all that stored pollution is spent, this group just grows like a maniac. There's nothing left for those guys though. Alright. So magazines it is. Okay, we take half, turn everything into magazines, put one pipe in between. So that we can also cancel it again. It is still 10 minutes to gun turret. Again, magazines, cancel the pipe. And I guess we just chop more rocks and coal rocks. Until we are ready to deconstruct the burner drills. 4 coal, so we should have about 2 minutes. Let's check what's here. There's only 2 more coal rocks. Perhaps we'll also chop down the regular rocks then. There is not too much else nearby, it seems. There's 1 coal rock on the North Island. So we don't need to worry about having space in the inventory since we can store everything in the crafting queue. I don't think we're gonna walk down to pick up that other coal rock. The stone eventually will get used for more furnaces and burner miners for the home area, I think. And if not, then for landfill or for walls. This is hands clean as well, yeah? I read somebody was doing a 1 million times science cost run, without biters obviously, posting on Reddit every month or so. What is the area on big biters? I think they should appear around the... Okay, I don't really know. How far are we? Just quickly checking. We still have time. I did some practice runs. No, that's not the one. So it looks like about 8 hours in the run. which gives us 6.5 hours of time after gun turret is complete. In that time we need to like take all the biter bases we can, as well as explore and protect a whole bunch of terrain with resource patches for future use. In the hypothetical event that we can get laser turrets, we do want other patches to still be free of biters, or we cannot take them anyway. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. So what do I do now then? I have 2 more minutes. There are some rocks on that peninsula. Chopping trees doesn't make sense because we'll have to chop trees anyway later on. I guess we can refresh our fish as well. So let's do that. Do you think 1 million would be doable? Without biters, of course. Any science multiplier is doable. Because there's nothing to stop you. I want only the fish from my starter lake. I'm very picky. That should refresh their spoil timer. 96.8% again. Good, good, good. These are basically out. I guess we're just gonna wait here. Wait for big iron to run out. Technically we can deconstruct already, I suppose. But it's gonna be 8 more minutes until gun turret runs out. So I guess we'll just maximize iron. Yeah, I think so. I think we just maximize iron. Since those bases are not absorbing pollution, we should be careful about polluting any other nearby nests, I suppose. That could happen. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna be good. And I missed the moment. I want to at least start when they run out. It looks like we did start from the top. Those seem emptier than the bottom ones. And these should be the last ones. So yeah, we're gonna start from the top. Alright. So there is no coal left in the burner drills, and there should also be no coal left in the furnaces. Only iron plates. Clean. Hands clean even. Yeah, you need to create the save folders outside of Factorio, but you can access them in the game then. Almost at a bingo already. We have hardly started. Come on, man. Yeah, we do have clean hands. We're gonna go for clean hands. Should I put the achievement on the tracker? I'm just watching the minimap in case I see a huge red swarm arriving. Doesn't look like it will happen though. We might need to put another set of iron in the queue here. Yeah, this is why we manipulate the biter text, because it takes so much time to set up and tear down these mining drills. So they should at least be mining for the maximum amount of time we can afford in the middle. And my inventory can physically not fit more than the 3700 coal plus the 2 stacks of burners we had on us. So this is really the maximum we can get out of a session. Okay, I think we can carry everything. Right, nice. Big iron done. gun turret on 87%. Let's have a look around. They still aren't forming. Yeah, these guys, as we manipulated, are not attacking. They won't be able to find this pollution cloud, only this one. So they shouldn't attack at all. Let's check here if there are some weird... Sometimes a biter base wakes up after having absorbed pollution and not sending biters to an attack group, and it sends them anyway after the fact. Looks like there's nothing happening either. Alright, so once early we got like 5 minutes to gun turret. So now we just want to go back to the base and be ready, basically. Just want to be ready to... make gun turrets as fast as possible once the tech completes, basically. We could think about just powering the boilers. Just to get the gun turret tech. The labs will stop working, which means I think the most of the power is coming from the labs now. I'm just thinking what to do. So the assemblers will be running because we are going to be creating iron gears and whatnot, and gun turrets. Oh, it looks like the assemblers take the most power. The labs take about 40% power. So the boilers are going to pollute 40% less after the labs finish. Is that enough to not pollute these guys if we... The thing is, the pollution spreads a little bit later, even after all of this is complete. And if I'm then attacking this nest and one biter comes from the south to destroy my chests or whatnot, I guess we could place a gun turret here. It's not illegal. Do we base... I guess I gotta decide, and do I do base defense or no? I'm leaning towards no still. The harder the challenge, the more debug tools. This is like a proof of concept challenge. So I'm allowing myself these things. There is no leaderboard for this kind of run, so I think we're good. Alright, so then what's the plan? Ben the fish is swimming in the way of my stuff over here. We need to convert this much more iron into gears. So probably what I want to do is, I think I want to just unlimit all of these chests. Practice for what I want to do. And actually maybe we want to copy this over here. Then we can put the iron inside for the gun turrets. And halve the gears. And a line of copper. Yes, this can go in here. So that's 100 gun turrets. 10 copper, 10 gears, and 20 iron apiece. And then we can do another 100 gun turrets with the gears we are creating right now. And this iron. Let's put the rest into ammo. We can cancel these then. So then we know once science completes, we should change it into gears. And then all of this iron needs to be transformed into gears. Now we got weird inventories over here. So these are like the extra trash slots just generated. We gotta wait until science is done for that. So yeah, I guess we just organize the chest. The question is, do we... Let's go for it. We'll... I shouldn't do that. I just should activate the extra ones for now. Throw that in there. stone, copper, and gears. There's 2k left over there. Iron and iron. Rest into ammo. I guess we can keep handcrafting those gears for now. Yeah, maybe that should finish by itself. We do have all the pipes, so we want to take pipes, we want to take ammo. So basically these are trash chests over here. This is all trash. Wood, some coal. And this copper is trash as well. And then I guess we want to take a stack of furnaces and the power poles we have. Probably no, the power lines should be blocking all biters possible. I'm being a bit slow. So instead what I should be doing, this is maybe okay, but alternatively we could just run up here and start setting up a part of the home area. This was the original layout. And now we want something a little bit different. Basically this is what we made in the original playthrough for the home patch. That covers all of the iron. And we've got coal collectors in the bottom as well. Since we've got a lot of iron, we are making 2k magazines, we have 2k pipes about, and we're gonna have 200 gun turrets. That should be enough for the first couple nests at least, so we don't have coal though, we're out of coal after this. So basically what we need to do is mine a lot of coal first. Okay, so we need to look how much coal we have left over then after a gun turret completes. So we know how much we can take. And that's all of it. Let's throw one stack in here, like 900 coal. Okay. We don't need that much. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 16. Actually, we have 24 guys in there. We don't have 24 stacks of coal. So I guess we take 12 stacks of coal. Something like this then. And bring it to the home burner area. So yeah, we do take all of this then. And this is like pretty unnecessary really, so I probably shouldn't really waste that time. Instead, let's do something useful. I already wasted that time here. Yeah, there's way too much inventory management on my side. In fact, I probably... I probably want to keep this here. So we just want to take the rest with us upwards. Our base of operations is going to change. I forgot to do this. Yeah, I messed up something. Why do I have much more coal? Okay, I got much more coal, of course, because gun turret is not completed yet. Alright, I know what to do now. Let's go. Pretty inefficient, but so be it. This goes in here, this goes in here. This goes in here. Now we're gonna take 12 stacks of coal. Alright, that should be good enough. Take this, take this, take this, take this, take this. Take it all. And only that needs to stay here. Alright, that's better. How far out are we going? Not beyond medium. Not beyond medium worms. Alright. Guess we're still going for the 10 wide. That tree is gonna have to go. Let's first build the coal, perhaps. It's probably important that that keeps going first. There's only 24 burner miners, so it should take some time at least before the pollution reaches any biters we don't want. What does it? Alright. And 95% on gun turret. We want to be back at the crafting area when that finishes. A little bit awkward, that bottom row. We don't actually need to like clear this out just yet, so maybe I should just keep to the straight lines. Alright, that's all of the burner miners. Home mine build. Gun turret 98%. I think this is as optimal as it gets for this map at least. I don't think there's much way to improve on what we've been doing. The only improvement would be to find a better seed and develop a particular opening strategy for that seed. This group has broken up. These guys have been getting polluted. Alright. Now we just need to keep an eye on these guys. If this reaches 15 pollution or more, I'll just speed it up if we don't do anything. So gun turret is finished, the pollution production stops, but this will still go up for a little bit of time. It should not go above 15 ideally, that was the point. It might go above 15. Okay, and it goes down to 14.9. So that's good. The only thing that's not good, of course, I will be using these assemblers after that, so we're gonna pollute it a little bit. Let's see, I don't have any pollution space then to use the assemblers for gun turret. So let's see, what do we have? What do I need for the first attack? Maybe I have enough stuff already. I think we need more magazines. We only need a couple gun turrets. Like, it's small biter time still, so I cannot imagine needing more than like 10 gun turrets. Every gun turret we build, we also need to deconstruct again, so we gotta keep that in mind. So if I have 20 gun turrets on me, we probably should be good. And then the rest can go into magazines. We still need to craft gears. Actually, no. Yeah, we're gonna need to use these assemblers for gun turrets. That is just the way it is. I'm just gonna hope then that we need to spread two pollution onto a single biter base. There's like 6 bases in this chunk. And the 2 pollution needs to be absorbed by the same biter base before it starts sending in a biter to an attack group. I'm not sure if that's random or not, but it does mean we can spread a couple times without a biter attack group forming, hopefully. We're gonna just bank on that. So, sure. Let's go down. No, wait, we still have time. I need to make the garbage chests. So how do I do it? So I'm gonna come back every time. Let's put the copper first. We're gonna come back with stone, wood and coal every time. But coal is also gonna be useful for feeding the burners, so perhaps I will have a coal chest here. We're also gonna have a chest with broken pipes. And a chest with our stuff, basically. So perhaps we're just gonna have a 3x3 chest area here, and then like something for coal and iron over here. And then like a couple personal chests to dump our stuff into. Wood, stone, coal, the extra copper, the extra furnaces for now, I suppose. And then some chests for stuff, some chests for our stuff. I'm gonna take that at this point. I guess we're gonna go for gun turret first. Pipes, magazines, 14 seconds to gun turret. Yeah, we cannot really go out that far because of the biter density. The nests just become continuous on that world. Even here, like in the starting area, is already pretty bad. Question is, do I cancel this or not? I think it can stay in the queue, really. I just need to put away my current iron. Right. Wait, I can start that earlier, right? These are already done. I can start it already. Yeah, these are done. So I cannot select gun turret though. Okay, I guess we're waiting. Come on. Gun turret. Alright. Should have grabbed this already. Alright. And then we're gonna need to make magazines a lot. I guess for that we'll just cancel. Ooh, okay, that was close. Whatever we got on here. Double swipe because more than a stack fits in there. This is ours. I just think we're going to keep the rest of the iron. For now, we'll just make more magazines. Okay, we have enough gun turrets to attack. We have enough magazines to attack, I'm pretty sure. We can pick up the rest on the next hall. So let's say we are ready to attack now. Let's first check if we are. I got enough gun turrets, we can pick up the rest. On the next hall, craft the next set of gun turrets on the next hall once those gears have finished crafting. And the only question is if this is the last use of this base. We can predict if a biter attack group will form here by speeding up now. I guess we are gonna be spreading onto this base a little. 15, there's 1, 2. This one spreads as well, actually. Oh no, not yet, not yet. 15, 3, alright. No biter attack group forms just yet. And now it's going down because we are no longer producing pollution. So it looks like not enough pollution will spread on this biter base to form an attack group. So we can safely leave behind the base and go attack these guys, which are forming an attack group now because of the pollution. So I guess that's convenient because we want to go here. So looks like that we were exactly on the limit there. We are ready to start attacking the enemy at an amazing 1 hour 35 minutes and 31 seconds. That is incredible. One hour 35, OMG. We are ready to attack with gun turrets and magazines and pipes before we have even finished researching gun turret on the default settings run. That is how stupidly over-optimized this opening has been so far. Right, now comes the grindy part. The first grindy part. We're gonna start combat. Initially it's gonna be very easy. I guess it's pollution from here, which is also... I'm making 360 coal per hour at the moment. Okay, I am miswalking. Every second is important, man. Right, I think it's time to switch off that unit group info stuff, because that's too many colors on the screen. We already completed the 1000x science cost on normal settings. With the hands clean stuff. So that is the reason why we're trying DEATHWORLD now. Alright, we are trying DEATHWORLD with loading and saving though, so just let me clear this up a little bit. So these are all old from the first playthrough. I guess the home 120 is the same. We changed for big iron. 100 mining drills instead of 90. Coal 80, we never used it. We did use coal 120. I guess later we might be using coal 80. We did use copper 60. So delete that one. This is the new home patch. That might be coal 80. This was the base to research science. We did use that. And the coal rock deconstruction planner. This was our quick switcher, which I never used because I forgot about it. I guess we don't need those anymore. These might get used later on. Now we're basically gonna make blueprints like these. I guess this was the last one from the last batch. This is basically, you should imagine the biter bases in the middle and then the gun turrets planning. So we're gonna make blueprints like this and then reload to not waste the time, because time is super valuable here. So actually what I want is, we want a new hotbar. Nothing is on anywhere, just one. So I guess we're gonna use 2. That is not gonna stay. I will need to redo that, but sure. Instead of using my brain, let's just see what is on my hotbar here. I have gun turrets on 1, magazines on 2, then fish, power poles, the blocker, the gun turrets in the back. We got the ghost deconstruction planner to pick up ghost stuff. This is the misclick checker and the furnace. I did bring furnaces. I think power poles by themselves should be able to do the job. Okay, photographic memory, come on. Yeah, and we should indeed do that when we are walking up, I suppose. So, fish, power poles, gun turrets, magazines, biter blocker, the 2 gun turrets with biter and warm focus, misclick checker, the ghost busters, and I guess we can put chests or something, maybe pipes. I think I'll just be pipette tooling pipes. Alright, so the hotbar is ready. So now is the moment where we're gonna be using editor mode to make the blueprints. Normally I would do biter bases first and then spitter bases, but since evolution is below 20%, I think until we start spawning medium biters, we should just treat the entire nest as having the same spawners, because basically we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 nests, and that is the most close by one. That is annoying. We can use the misclick checker. If anything pops up here, then we have accidentally placed some of the walls, which should not happen if you place them on a biter spawner. So looks like everything is in the right place. So let's just demonstrate here. Let's say I misclick here. We can use this one and we'll see 5 walls pop up. So okay, I missed something, or I misclicked the nest, so I'm not actually blocking the spawns there. Alright. Remember, there's another worm somewhere behind here. Now what I then want to do is I want to cancel all deconstruction, so also of these trees. That basically just has to do with, I want to plan my gun turrets out so that I can place them all without chopping anything, so that's the goal. So you can see if that tree was marked for deconstruction, that would allow me to place those gun turrets here, but I cannot actually place it here without chopping the tree. So that's bad, we don't want that. I think we just want worm focus, since there are no dangerous biters yet. Now I need to get some turrets in here. Because of the worms. There's only 2 spots, I should be able to hit that. So that will take out all the worms, and then I just need, I think that's all I need on this one really. I'm just gonna come in, draw the biters from somewhere over here. Walk in, place a gun turret or 2 to distract the Johnnies. Maybe I should also place 2 more gun turrets like here or something. Ideally like this, because that's better for me. This doesn't need to exist, so I want to place the minimum amount of gun turrets really. We'll prioritize biters with the first 2. We also want to add the minimum amount of damage on our gun turrets. Since we don't have repair packs, they cost 25,000 red signs, which is as much as the mining drills. Right, so here we gotta figure out where to come in from. The worms do the most damage. They're all in the middle. No worms in the south, no worms in the north. We want to block the fused pipes possible as well. So I think we're just going to come in from the... If we just come in from the side, we can take out the worms the quickest. So... just place 5 of those down. And I guess then we'll override a couple pipes to take down the rest of the worms. And hopefully that should protect me well enough while I place out the pipes. So we don't need to protect like all 4 corners, which we will have to do later. When there's medium biters, we need like 10 gun turrets or more in each corner. Just to make sure we can destroy the medium biters in times. But now it's still going to be very easy. There are a lot of biters walking around here. So I probably need a good... fallback point, but we can do that. We can do that later. Right, so I guess I actually want 2 blueprints for this one. Do I? No, we can do this in 1. And after we finish the attack, we will remake the blueprints as the worms are gone. The worms will be blocking a bunch of pipes as well, so we will need to reapply the planner. Also for the trees we have missed. So this is just stage 1. Okay, and then after we attack, we'll create stage 2. So yeah, that's okay. I did a lot of explaining, so this took a lot more time than it would have if I just went for it. But we can now just go back like 5-6 minutes in time. I sped up the game to be daytime as well. Is the game visible when it's nighttime? Yeah, this DEATHWORLD. No, same seed is impossible because the biter spawned more close by. And they were sitting on top of my patch really, so I couldn't do the original one. Yeah, I did calculate in Excel that we will need about like 30 million iron to get the laser turrets. That's gonna be implausible. It's okay, mostly yes. Alright. So I was thinking about just using editor mode to make it always day. But I mean, we don't have solar panels, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, it does affect gameplay a little bit. It's easier to play when it's daytime than when it's nighttime for sure. But I guess we're gonna go for it. Alright, so let's practice. I just grab the blueprint, apply it. I can just apply it without shift clicking. Now I know where I need to place my gun turrets. I just need to place a couple ones at the back, like this. Put in some ammo. This is just a test. And then I just put down a couple of gun turrets always in front of me, so the worms target those. Walk in. Destroy them all. There's the last worm. He is in range of 2 of the turrets. Yes, that's good. That is easy enough to now pipe up this nest. Do need to worry about those guys a bit. If we come too close by, yeah, we're gonna draw a bunch of those guys. We don't really have that many gun turrets to destroy everything. So I guess we either take care that we just place it from a distance. I think we should be able to not trigger them. Alright, let's go for it. First blood. Okay, there's way too many gun turrets. I need to be a bit more... We need to deconstruct every gun turret as well. As long as the biters... don't get close by enough. Okay, there come those guys. Okay, I reapplied the two blueprints around the biter base. We don't really need to hurry up for the biter base and stuff. But I just want to hurry up in general for evolution purposes. Okay, so that shouldn't happen. So I probably have to shoot that tree. Ah, okay, I thought I saved after that. I was again in planning mode. Sorry about that. Alright, let's just reapply. We'll shoot that tree this time. And we'll first chop down the trees. That's the most annoying part. Alright. We'll save then. In case I trigger him again, I want to repeat as little of this as possible. And it's going to be interesting to compare the ammo usage on this run after blocking the entire starter area. It should be a lot lower. Since we will be killing a lot less medium biters, which means we'll need to resupply less iron. Alright, there's always one pipe. I think that's it. So let's wait. Alright, so how is it looking? We placed how many gun turrets? 12. So we need to deconstruct 12 gun turrets at like 1 second a pop. We didn't lose any gun turrets. That's good. We did take some damage on the distractor gun turrets, which is bad. That's going to form a stack of broken gun turrets. Eventually all of our gun turrets are going to be broken at the time when we need unbroken gun turrets the most at the end of the fight. Those biters are mostly still there, so we need a big gun turret front to take those down. These nests are indeed correctly blocked off, so let's continue with the second fight. We can leave those gun turrets there for now. We can deconstruct them on the way back. Alright, I'm gonna... okay. I wanted to be the personal bait strategy. Because yeah, those biters, it takes a long time to take them out. So this gun turret is down to... how many hit points? 36, alright, that's not too bad. So in the end, in the cleanup phase, I will destroy that. Because that will just drain the average health of these gun turrets down too much. Let's go again. I think I want to take this broken gun turret. I want to use this one as the bait. So I need to place this back far enough so that the biters don't get triggered just yet. And they did anyway. No, no, no. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Eat me! They didn't eat me. Okay, so even further. Thanks 5th Gen for the Prime subscription. Alright, a little bit further then. Then we'll just use this one as the bait. Okay, now nobody is coming, huh? Hello? I think I should just insert like a quarter stack in these turrets. Something like that. Oh no, we don't have that much ammo yet. Okay, there we go. That was the intention. Now distract the worms, distract the worms, distract the worms, distract the worms. Alright. I think that's not acceptable. So maybe my strategy is too light here on the gun turrets. It is DEATHWORLD. It just takes too long to take down all the worms, so I think we are back to the planning phase. I think we can see the entire nest. So we want to basically more gun turrets, more firepower. Kinda underestimated that a little bit. We can do 5 turrets in the center. And we can do just a couple turrets further out. So maybe we'll just do two rows of these turrets then. That will be easier for me to place. Not too many still. Alright, so this blueprint is obsolete. I will make this one instead. I should probably keep these in the back so this row keeps existing. Let's try again. We'll save that. So we don't need to do that every time. So it's not necessarily that this is a difficult fight, but you kind of want to optimize it a bit. Okay, a lot of the biters are coming back actually. Alright, that's good. So we didn't lose any gun turrets with ammo. We did lose the distraction ones, but that's fine. Those are all undamaged as well. These are all damaged though. All of them have light damage, but I think it's alright. So that'll keep everything cleared. What we need to do now is reapply the blueprint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that will place all the missing pipes where the worms used to be. Also will mark the gun turrets for deconstruction with the Super 4 stuff. So we'll make a new blueprint, snap it to the grid, delete the gun turrets. That's the second stage. Alright. And then we can start placing a couple hundred pipes again. Okay, that rock looks like it is going to be blocking the spawn. So at the moment I don't really have a strategy yet for the way I'm placing down the pipes. Actually I just go from the top to the bottom because it's still the small biter area. All nests spawn the same enemies, so we can block them all at the same time. A nest is only blocked once all 48 spawn spaces have been blocked. If you block 47 spaces, the behavior is absolutely the same as if you block no spaces, so it doesn't really make sense to do the center first or whatever. You just need to block off a nest completely before the spawn stop. So I think in general, going top to bottom here just gradually blocks off more and more nests. leaving the choppable part for last. I think I might have deleted a pipe there. I feel I should go bottom to top ideally, because the biters like to spawn on the top left of the nest. So if I start from the bottom, I will be having less of the small biter being in the way message. You don't often get that message when you want to build something, that small biter is in the way. Alright, I think that is fully blocked. So let's just see if anything is still spawning. The answer is no. So now we need to deconstruct these gun turrets and place the missing pipes, ideally before biters spawn. We have to decide if we want to invest the time to mine the coal rocks. The thing is, now I still can. It blocks a biter base and a spitter base at least, maybe two biter bases, two spitter bases and a biter base. If there's behemoth biters later, I might not be able to replace it anymore. Or big biters even, I will not be able to replace it anymore. I don't see any reason to... I mean... Probably the coal and stone in the rock is less valuable than the time it takes at this stage of the game, before the big biter phase. So I probably should just leave those rocks up whenever I can. It does go against my OCD though. Evolution 18.5%. We are not polluting the next biter base yet with our coal burners. No biter attacks are forming here, where the base used to create the pollution, as the coal burners are pretty severely polluting. I don't think we can start off iron production just yet. We don't need to though. We need to produce, we need to have the minimum amount of resources going into every battle, because that will make the battle easier, because the evolution will be less high. And then we need to resupply less stuff, which will push the evolution less further still. So it's like compound interest. Every savings or overspending is like compound interest or compound savings. So I think I am gonna chop that coal rock, at least for the inner bases here. Alright. So yeah, it takes a long time to deconstruct the gun turrets, so that is why I don't want to overplace them. So some say I should have probably deconstructed the coal rock before deconstructing the gun turrets. But we got lucky. I got my pistol though, so we do have a little bit of personal defense. At this stage, the pistol is going to be useless against medium biters, but those don't exist yet, because we have researched gun turrets as fast as we did. It's still blinking up there. I know people always love the tech blinking in the upper corner. So I try to leave it on as much as possible. Especially people who didn't notice it before and are now noticing it are always very thankful I point that stuff out. Alright. That is northwest base blocked. Alright, so that's why ideally I want to leave the easiest fights for last. But since we are going to be producing pollution here indefinitely now, we need to at least block the closest biter bases before we can move out to the difficult fights, or they are just going to attack us. Alright, I will press the T button so it stops blinking. So let's reload that save. And I think we still have enough resources to just keep going. Okay, I'm messing with you. There we go. There you go. No more blinking light. Alright, fight number 2. We enter the sphere of... where we can see him. Ideally, I think I would like to go here. It might not be entirely safe. But we can try. We got 2 Johnnies over here, by the way. The Johnny Bros. We will label them later once we have time. There is a metric F-ton of worms here, so I think we want to be not too stingy with the gun turrets on this one, or we're gonna lose a lot of them. Again, there is no medium biters yet, so we don't care about prioritizing the biter bases just yet. I think we also should not really care about placing the gun turrets in the way of the pipes too much, since there are so many worms here. There's also a bunch of worms here and potentially like hidden in the forest. So there's that guy. There might be some more guys which we cannot see. The map doesn't seem to imply that this time, so maybe it's only that one. Okay, we got found out, so we'll just enter editor mode instead to finish up the planning. We'll go stand in this corner instead. I just kind of feel like we should be coming in. This many gun turrets, that's a lot of gun turrets to deconstruct. But I think it's alright. We can come in, placing gun turrets 1, 2, and then place like 1 or 2 in the front before placing down these. And hopefully that will lock most of these back worms to destroy that gun turret first without the ammo. So let me at least like plop that one down there. I guess I'm gonna have to try to do a vertical line. That takes all of those worms, and then hopefully we can place down some turrets here to get rid of any worms hidden in the forest. I think there's only that one. So that should be good. And I think then we'll need... do we need turrets in the north? Or... I think these turrets should be good enough to protect us while we're up there. If not, we'll just manually copy and paste some turrets. So that's the plan for this nest. Snap it to the grid. Time to delete the older ones. Am I convinced it can be done now? No. No. I think there's not enough resources. And there's not enough... We cannot mine them at a high enough rate, and biter expansions are gonna win this time. Because we are gonna do a biter expansion prevention program, but it is gonna be like somewhere between 10 and 100 times less effective than on default settings, I predict, because of the limited amount of decoy chunks we can make. Okay, I got my coffee. Oh, right. Time to tackle the next one. It's still super easy now, there's no medium biters yet, so I'm not really stressed or anything. I think there's also a lot of biters here, so maybe put this far away. Damaged gun, okay, that's too late. Okay, I need way more. I need to draw all the biters out. So the problem with these bases is There's just a ton of small biters walking around, way more than you normally have around a nest that hasn't been polluted before. And there's biters here, but considering the amount of bases there are, there's way more biters over here. Because they've been building up into attack groups and rejoining the nest, so maybe I do need a proper backline to take out most of them. So that should get the first ones. Okay, that should, yeah, that gets almost all of them. Oh, let's try from this vantage point. There are still a bunch of them up there. Still a bunch of them up there. I think I want to take all of them, really. We want to take all of them. It's a bit annoying that we have to go all the way down here. I think that's enough, as long as we can survive this. Okay, half of our hit bar is down. I think though, yeah, there's hardly any biters left now, so we shouldn't have that massive group damaging the gun turret at the same time as the worms do. This probably was a good idea. The bad news is I am severely damaged. We can eat fish, what am I worried about? We are allowed to eat fish this playthrough, I forgot about that. I want to use damaged gun turrets as distraction gun turrets. So I manually need to select. Okay, that's horrible. Okay, that's working. We can reach all the worms, but we need a better execution than that. Every little detail matters. Human assisted. I'm a human assisted tool or something like that. Do I already have those in my cursor? I think I already have the damaged ones in my cursor. Alright, so nothing like that at all. A little bit messy. Okay, we lost the gun turret. Alright, that was not great. There's only that one worm there. I'm gonna try that one more time. Alright, that was definitely much cleaner. So we're gonna keep that one. Now we got barely any damage on the gun turrets. We gotten 2 destroyed ones. But those were the distraction gun turrets, those were supposed to be destroyed. Including that one. So we didn't lose magazines in the gun turrets. That's like 80 iron worth of magazines right there. 88. Compared to the gun turret costing 50 plates. So losing only the gun turret with an empty gun turret is much better than also losing the magazines inside. So yeah, you can see it's still small biter time. Relatively calm. So I guess before we reload, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's the second one. This is how we're going to get all the wood for the power poles, by the way. I said let's start at the bottom, so let's do start at the bottom this time. I'm way too OCD. As long as you see me like deconstructing pipes, no matter what I say, don't believe me, I'm not in trouble. If I have time to deconstruct those pipes, I am feeling at ease. You know when the stuff gets real, when I am no longer deconstructing pipes or trying to place them perfectly. That is the real indicator. Don't eat my pipes. Alright, that should be it. Save 100. Northeast nest 1. Looking clean. Check pollution levels. I think pollution is actually going up again. These coal miners have stopped mining now. So that's maybe a good thing. So we probably want to take this nest down on the way before we go here. Okay, we have polluted a biter base. I don't know which one. It might just be this one up here itself. We were pretty close to polluting those guys, so I think we still have time. That's good. Don't eat my pipes here, eat me instead. I'm more tasty than pipes. Alright, so yeah, after these first opening nests are complete, we're gonna compare the ammo spendage with the earlier save games. That one is too damaged. It will do more harm than good. So let's just destroy it ourselves. Don't want to leave any turrets behind. Alright. So 1:45, we are still 5 minutes before we... Oh, I think, I don't exactly remember, it was between 1:50 and 2 hours, I think, when we researched gun turret on the stream 1 run. Stream 1. Let's just have a look. Gun turret and 1:55, so we are still 10 minutes in front of that. And here, by the time we were ready, it was 2 hours. This was a pretty good time already. But I think it's medium biters here already. 19.42% evolution. Alright, so almost big biter time when we were ready for combat. And now we are a comfortable 15 minutes ahead, plus the 3 combats nests over there, so pretty big change. Alright, so what do we want to do now? I think we still have enough magazines. We are handcrafting more magazines than we are using for sure. We have used in all 3 fights combined 310 magazines. We might run out of pipes before magazines at this rate. Can I already see? Three nearest nests down. We now did a 2 nearest nests. I think this is a similar save point. It is not. Just want to find out how much better this is. Did we do 3 nests? We did 3 nests already. No, that is 4 nests. Stream 1. This one then. This is a similar save point. So here we got 21% evolution already. You can see there's more time between the bases. And evolution is at medium biters already. I think it will be more clear if we first just complete the loop. Let's not be impatient. So I guess we're going to go to this one. Stay in the corner. Here we got the worms in the north mostly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, at least 10. Maybe more. It looks like there's one more behind there. So maybe we want to come in from the north then. Uh, 10. Okay, all of them are placed good. There's a ton of rocks down here. Yeah, all of the worms are in the north. It kind of makes sense to try and come in from the north then. There's a lot of turrets, but I think it will be good. And then just one more line in here should protect us, I think, for everywhere. I think we need a little bit more at the edges, perhaps. That's gonna be the plan. Do I want turrets even further back? I don't think so. I think that's gonna be all right. All right. So good we saved here, then we can just not walk down first to save a couple more microseconds. Alright, so I didn't really check if that nest had a lot of biters. Does not seem to be too much higher. Let's do this. Okay, now there is more biters. This nest is like, each nest is like 10 or more biters under control. Okay, so we do again want to draw out the biters at least a little bit. So maybe I should have come in from the south instead then. Let's just see, well, as a practice session, how this goes. So we can draw most of the biters like that again. Thing is, if I draw too many, there's just gonna be spawning new ones. Okay, that's probably enough. Again, bite me, don't bite. Don't bite my turrets. It's not great, but I'm gonna keep it. That's all worms down. Again, calm returns. It's not that bad. I messed up a lot of key presses. It took me a while to get these turrets down, but yeah, good enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the pipe one. Yeah, the trees never really block a spawn, so we might as well not even try to keep them. I mean, the small biters are relatively harmless. I think these rocks will have to be chopped, since they only partially block the pipes. The biters will spawn on the edges. I remember that. I did try that. So we are gonna grab him here. Yes, Kelly boy, you're kinda right on there. Pollution, they don't keep absorbing pollution. It's mainly to control the evolution factor for a little bit longer. I think I do want to place those turrets. Of course, I got the damaged one there. Maybe we should be protecting the gun turrets first. There's one more line above there, I didn't see that. It has to go block off that last line. Alright, I think we got most of it now. 19% evolution. I think that big biter stuff in the title might be a bit premature, to be honest. Don't think we're gonna make it all the way to Big Biters today. Kinda underestimated the amount of reloading I would be doing for the blueprinting and whatnot. Did I save? Yeah, I did save, alright. So now we go back to the base. I suppose we still have more than enough magazines, I think, and these gun turrets combined. We can pick up the rest that was in the assembler area still. And then take down this base and this base. And that should conclude the bases around home. There are no more bases in the dark on the left, at least. I think we... Oh, there is one. I think that's an expansion. Those guys weren't there before. That's probably okay. They are not gonna be blocking... Are they blocking expansion chunks? That would be unfortunate. Yeah, this is a biter expansion. Okay, that's actually not great, I think. Let's go in alert mode real quick. Of all the places where they could go, man, I even protected most of the land in my base. So this is making these green decoy chunks for the future base a whole lot less valuable. So then the question is, are these chunks gonna be in my future base? We already prevented one expansion by accident in a similar way. They also tried to expand right on me. I think this is bad. Let's we'll look at the minimap, I suppose. But I think these chunks will be green again if I delete the bases. Yeah, that is actually a lot of green chunks. At least 20 or so, and we have a very limited amount. So that might be... This does seem very trivial at the moment, but we're gonna have a very limited amount of chunks available. Let me just quickly... I have a strategy. I didn't do the test yet. I set up the test, but I didn't actually run it yet. I need a lot of time and computer power for that. But eventually... I need the values of pollution, switch those off. Eventually, I want to make something like this, sort of a similar variant of what we have been doing before in the default settings run, to block off. The key is that so the walls are gonna generate like a tree-thick red chunk barrier as well. I think that base was, yeah, it was between the oil and this chunk, I think. So we actually lose only like 9 chunks by that expansion base. But as you can see, we really have a very limited amount of green decoy chunks. So that 9 chunks is a lot. Hopefully we can make some more on the water, but a lot of these chunks on the water are gonna have to be blocked as well, to protect the area in between better. So yeah, the plan is then basically to just speed up time and just see how long it takes for a biter expansion to breach these walls. I did a similar test already, and it was like tens of hours, but it's not enough to beat the game. I did a couple tests and both were tens of hours. Now I set up the best test I could with like fully filled chunks to protect the weakest corner chunks over here. This blob of walls protects this chunk specifically, while keeping these green. I didn't run this test yet, so well, yeah, remains to be seen. But that is why I'm still pretty pessimistic about our chances. Of course, we could just simply like make everything in our base like deep red. That would be a thing too. But the problem with that is that all of the expansion attempts, 15 expansions per hour, are going to appear on the map, all of them, every single one. Whereas with the decoy expansion chunks, at least we are skipping like some of them, maybe more than half still, when everything else is settled. I don't exactly know. Depends how many green chunks we have, how many chunks there are in total, and then how often a random set of 30 of those total chunks contains one of our chunks, which is a decoy chunk. But that requires all of that land to get settled first as well. At least a little bit. Once all of it is a little bit blocked, the decoy chunks should work a lot better. But that's the definitive plan. So that means that biter base is actually pretty bad. So before we delete these, I think I already deleted those blueprints. I didn't delete them yet. So if we go back to before this fight, can we still prevent it? I don't think so. There's already like 3 bases and a bunch of worms settled as well. Yeah, so normally the green chunks are the ones that attract the new bases, but we're doing some kind of manipulation where the ones inside of our walls will be selected, but the biters will not actually go there to make the expansion. That's the basics of it. Okay, I guess we're gonna go back in time. Just reveal everything again. Okay, here they're already there. Oh boy, I don't really want to go back all the way. Let's see, are they already here? Only one expansion per hour, so they might already... Okay, they're already here when we research gun turret. That is excruciatingly unlucky. Yeah, we're not gonna go back that far. This was our end of stream save. Don't tell me I could have known this from the get-go, please. Don't tell me. I think they're already... But they're not here yet. Here then they're not here yet. We got this chunk blinking though. Yeah, that was the first expansion. We literally got 2 expansions in the entire game. It is the first one takes about an hour. The first one was here, and we actually saw it, and we were able to intercept the biter, so that one didn't actually happen. And the second one was here. Of all of the chunks they could have chosen. At least I didn't know about it yet. Or I couldn't have known about it before the start of the stream. Alright, it doesn't really matter then when they settle. They did settle. They took 9 future chunks from us, and we will have to live with that, I suppose. Since it's now illegal to destroy those bases. So these chunks were gonna be red anyway, because of the wall we're gonna have to building. It is these 9 chunks over here. Wait, let me just double check that. That might be That might make it a lot. It's not impossible that we can still succeed, but this is like just like 100 green chunks or whatever, so losing 10% of that is kind of massive. Just want to quickly build that entire wall we just made. Let's first explore the map again. Yeah, it's right outside there. Let's build the blueprint. Okay, so I can see that these chunks are gonna be red anyway. These chunks are gonna be red. Even this chunk is gonna be red. Okay, I think we're only losing 6 chunks then. These 6 over here. It looks like all these biter bases are actually in that single chunk there. I'm gonna force place it. It's gonna take a while. Just watch these 6 chunks over here. Alright, so we lost 6 chunks. Maybe not completely, because these chunks are still gonna be green enough to get selected over everything else. Maybe even these will be green enough to get selected still. Let's check the values. Expansion candidate values. Okay, 0.26 is not great. I think it's gonna be higher than the values out here though. As soon as all the land is settled. It's 0.1, 0.2. Yeah, okay, so maybe it's alright. There's only 3 biter bases, and 0.27 might not be enough to make this chunk useless in the late game when it matters. Alright, I think we're back. We're back, alright. I think the phone which I'm using as a... That's not a hotspot, I use USB tethering. So we've got a cable, and the cable is wiggle proof. I got a wiggle proof cable now. This time the phone got too hot and just switched off. The hotspot. I forgot to take the phone out of the cover. I usually do that. So hopefully it will cool down now. So many points of failure, not only for this run, but even for the stream. I rambled on for quite a bit, and in the end I decided the expansion which we were talking about is not going to negatively influence the green chunk stuff, since the values, the expansion candidate values over here, next to this base, 0.267 is the lowest one. Those values are going to be higher than the values out here between the nests, which are generally in the 0.01 area. So once all of the lands get settled by other biter bases, these chunks next to the biter base themselves are gonna function the same as the perfectly green ones. So because if every chunk outside is less than 0.26 and this one gets put in the group of 30 random chunks, it's gonna be this one that gets selected. Yeah, and we should be good. And the wall we're going to be building is going to be here. So that invalidates all these chunks over here. So all of these chunks are going to be red anyway. It's only these 6 chunks which were bright green but are now slightly less green to like orange-ish. But that's in the end when it really matters, when evolution is high, time has passed, it should not affect things in the grand scheme of things. So we are good. We don't need to reset to like the beginning of the stream at least. I think there's just one more cleanup fight to do, but in general not a problem. So let's switch that back off. I think we don't need to know the pollution values anymore either, so let's switch that off as well. Water cooler loop for the phone. Okay, let me just quickly check. Yeah, I think everything is back to normal. Alright, so we can just continue from this point on. The last one we saved, we didn't do any combat in vain. So the 3 north nests are down. There is now 2 more south nests, I guess. Maybe we should count 3 more sites with that new expansion which popped up over here. But in general, we should be okay. We can check how the biter bases are distributed before we determine the order. So here is 4 biter bases. We only care about biter bases. Here's only 2. Here's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is a big base, a lot of biter bases. So probably we want to take this one down first, which means this one as well. We could take that one in one go, but since I want to compare the ammo spendage against the earlier attempts, we're going to take this one and then do a comparison. So we'll take these 3 nests and then we compare. We'll take this one out and then we'll do the big battle plan. Alright. Let's grab the gun turrets. I don't think we placed anything in the way here. I think we did very good with not losing too much ammo in the turrets. Almost all of the turrets which have gotten destroyed were decoy turrets. Alright, that's the north done. And we're still handcrafting ammo, which is okay, I suppose. Okay, I should have been walking more to the left. So we're gonna... Am I gonna enable iron again? That one nest is pretty big. That's a good question then. Do we... Don't think we have the coal to restart iron. Back home. I don't know if we're gonna resupply. So let's evaluate. We got our ammo. We got our pipes. About 1k pipes. 300 pipes in a nest like that. 100, I forgot. 4 gun turrets, so we're gonna have to reload that. 300 for there. This nest is bigger, so we're gonna need like... We might need those 1000 pipes, so maybe we need a couple more pipes. As well. How much coal do we have? $1.6, 3.2, about 4k coal. We're not gonna like Z-swipe anymore, so half stacks, 160 half stacks. So we could be firing up like 80 burner drills with furnace combinations. I guess we need to fire those up. So it's gonna be 68 maximum. I think we can already do that, but do we need to? It's gonna push us into medium biters. It would be nice if we can take this nest down before the medium biter era. The problem is it's a double nest, so we kind of have to do it in one go. We might as well do the planning since we have to reload anyway. We'll stay in editor mode and just disable instant blueprint building and deconstruction as to not actually place the stuff. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Looks like okay. There's just a couple worms in the north. Here's a lot of worms. Okay, so I didn't place all the pipes there. There's 700 pipes plus a bunch more. If we also want to go do these guys, we got a nice division, north-south. The biters in the south, the spitters in the north. It's another 200. So do we have enough pipes then? 916. I think we need a couple more pipes if we want to do all in one go. Uh, 1000. A 916 and 100. So I think about 11 to 1200 pipes would be good to have. So I think we're going to cancel our handcrafting ammo. Then just handcraft pipes first. Let's finish the planning for here. Or at least we can copy paste this part and put it on the grid, or put it there for now. Let's delete it again since that uses 41 megabytes of RAM for no reason. Okay, so let's load and let's see what you actually have then. I have 950 pipes. So I want to keep 2.5 stacks, make that into pipes, then turn the rest back into ammo again. And that should be enough pipes. Those will craft first. Let's see how much ammo is in here. I'm just trying to figure out if we can wait switching on the iron. Okay. Those turrets are done. Alright, the gears are done as well. That's the second gears for the gun turrets. Like 1700, 1800, 1700 magazines. I guess 1800 if we include the pistol. We can just block that if we really want to. We have only used 500 magazines in the first couple of fights. And it's still not big biter era. We might have enough iron to finish all. I can use this iron to make 500 more magazines if we need to. And then just use iron from the mine later on to make the replacement gun turrets. I guess that's a good thing to do because now indeed I should have not made those gears yet either. That could have been another 500 magazines instead of just having contributed like 1000 iron plates worth of pollution to the, or 2000 iron plates worth of pollution to the evolution factor. So not optimal. I think the copper is fine though. I don't want to be mining more copper. I guess we could also mine that at home. I should be disconnecting this now. If we are not using it, we don't need the idle draw on the power network. It uses like half a radar worth of power. For no reason. All tiny contributions. Alright, so let's say we are not gonna do iron yet. I will need to deconstruct the gun turrets again. It's those 4 extra ones in the corners which I placed later on. Alright, those have a good amount of ammo in them as well, so we have even more ammo than I thought. I think those had like, was 160 ammo or so. Yeah, we're gonna have enough. Yeah, another no spawner kill run. This time on DEATHWORLD. Just not gonna play it entirely, just the quick opening, you know. Oh god, I forgot those gun turrets. Precious seconds wasted. Don't think that's worthy of reload. That's 20 seconds down the drain, perhaps. Yes, the quick opening, you know, the first couple 100 hours. We got the speed up mod, we are gonna use it. I think the actual one time is gonna be until we have red and green signs up, ideally. So maybe 15 to 20 hours. We cannot... after 8 hours we have big biters, so then we need to start building a base. There is no other option. No 60 hours of opening in this run. That's the problem. Really. So let's save here. Okay, so I want to do this. And let's make a bit more pipes. And then the rest into magazines. We decided to we're going to be mining coal so we can start up the burners later. Deposit the wood, the stone. Don't have coal. Fish are fine. Let's pick up the remaining stacks. I guess we have 1 science pack left. There's a lot of 1 science pack, but it's 1 science pack, 99% remaining. So I'm not sure that means we actually needed it, but it does sound like it. Now I'm gonna take that iron. We can add it to the crafting queue if we think we need to. So let's go take down that nest before medium biters spawn. That would be great. I guess I should have put medium biters in the title instead of big biters. Alright, we are here. The big SV nest before medium biters. I guess that's a bingo square. I'm not going to rewrite that. Alright, now we can start the actual planning phase. With the gun turrets and whatnot. I'm gonna try to stand here. We'll see how that goes for us. Probably want to do this one first. If we can put our gun turrets in such a way that we avoid drawing those continuously, we can also pipe it up first. If not, we'll have to do both battles at the same time. So let's come in from the north. We got one worm. Okay, we got one worm down there as well. I think this should reach. all the worms. I think we're gonna just place 2 layers here. And then we need another couple turrets which don't draw these guys to take on the last worm. So I hope something like this. Let's do 4 turrets there. If we don't have medium biters yet, that should be enough. Now here, this nest is a little bit of an issue. I guess we just... here we need the power for taking down the worms. I think we just put a lot of firepower down quickly. Does that... That might reach everybody already. And if not, we can squeeze those 2 in. I think that's good enough of a plan, really. And then again, we'll... We can pop a couple down here to make us be able to place those pipes a bit better. Alright. So that's the full plan. Okay, I don't think these bases absorbed too much pollution in the early game. Did they or did they not? It's easier to see like this. Okay, that looks like an approximately normal amount of lines to each biter base, so I don't think there's a ton of extra biters there. The multi-layered wall, basically creating a 8 chunk wide, at least 8 chunk wide block of chunks which have severely deep red circles. So those, if they get included in the random set of 30 circles, they will never be the lucky winner. So the area in that wall is... I deleted the blueprint. The area in that wall is where the biter expansions would actually happen if that chunk got selected. So we don't want those chunks to get selected at all. Then this area in the wall is the what we do want to get selected, because the biters think it's too far to travel. So it's basically like the no man's land buffer zone where no expansion circle should ever blink. That's the short version of it. There's way too many turrets. Oh yeah, wait, I was supposed to also I was just ignoring ignoring all of them. It does look like only those 2 worms live. Let's load before we get the achievement of destroying a biter base. That draws the biters. There's worms down. Let's evaluate. Okay, we did draw a couple biters from there, but we are not continuously drawing them. So I should keep this pipe open, because this base spawns right over there. If I block that off, and the biters spawn over here, we might be triggering, yeah, those guys like that. That's something to keep in mind. not that deadly yet, but it does cause some damage. Alright, so then I think we have time to fully pipe up this base before going to the next one. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11-ish, 12. I lost count. I hope I did take all of them. We're gonna have a little bit of an issue to place pipes here without triggering those biters. Looks like we might be able to do it. Okay, let's just start from the top then. So until we are 7 full layers down with pipes, no bases have been blocked whatsoever. So peaceful, these gun turrets, without medium biters. Silently shooting all the biters. I almost feel like a Tetris player at this point. Alright, we get in the dangerous area now. I'm gonna shoot the tree instead. I triggered some biters. They're angry at me. Okay, they're destroying some pipes. Yeah, not great. I'm gonna try to stay out of their range as much as I can. Okay, time to block off this middle part. That should at least switch off a couple of bases. Even with the light armor, small biters are not really dangerous. The heavy armor is OP though. We take like 25% of the damage against small biters with the heavy armor. But it also costs, we need to research steel processing for 50,000 and then heavy armor for another 30,000, so that's not gonna happen. Alright. Nest blocked. I think we forgot a couple spaces. Okay, there's something over here. Okay, there's this one. Only one? Only, oh no, there's another one. That's why we have this guy, the one to find the hidden pipes behind the trees. So 2 pipes have to be placed. Alright. Yeah, I shouldn't have shot. This is the no shooting zone. Okay, I think we will first attack this nest now. Yeah, we're just gonna come in from the north, I suppose. Not too much to think about, really. Right. Let's loot before we get that achievement of destroying a nest. Yes, it's savable. But yeah. Didn't even come into my mind that I should be doing this instead. Okay, let's plan it out then. Where should it go? Or maybe we just want to distract them to this side instead. Let's go down. That's excellent. Except that I'm almost dying. Alright. Worms 2 down. That was excellent. I even managed to take at least the ammo out of one of the gun turrets that got blocked. It was not entirely according to plan, but you know how that goes. So yeah, what we have to do now is block off all of these guys once more, and I think the medium biter era will officially begin after this nest has been blocked. So it's good we got that 9 biter base nest out of the way before anything else. That rock might or might not block. Right, so we got a weird sort of grid pattern going on in here. I hope the pipes don't disappear if I create a full line though, that would be bad. What is this cheese grid? A cheese grater. When you're asking yourself these kinds of questions, you know that it is getting grindy. Finding entertainment in pipe placement patterns. I think I've gotten way better with my pipe placing precision over the course of these two playthroughs. The default settings run in this one. I'm not sure where in life that skill is gonna come in handy later, but you gotta take the wins where you can. Okay, it doesn't feel like I've totally blocked it, but I think that's nest 2 blocked. Yeah, silence. I guess we are good. Not even 2 hours in yet. I can't believe we're already done with the... as far as we are with we won't need to we won't need to have Nephrons as a guest anymore to place the inserters. I'm gonna chop these. I cannot help myself. The pipe pattern must be complete. It already annoys me that that rock is damaged. But we can that rock is deconstructible later on, so I think I can convince myself to leave it for now. And it is 20% evolution now, so medium biter era has officially begun. But we took down this 9-biter nest, so that is pretty sweet. Yeah, rocks don't heal. There was a mod for that. There is a mod that also heals rocks, and I understand why it exists. Yeah, really. Can you repair the rock? I don't have repair packs, or we could try at least. That's why I cannot repair my gun turrets and I have to shoot down the ones that are the most damaged. Alright. That was a difficult nest, quote unquote. QQ, quote unquote. Div nest. Done. Alright, so that's the expansion. Ideally I would take that now, but we want to do the ammo comparison. So actually I'm gonna walk that way. Alright, we have consumed 982 magazines and we have lost 17 gun turrets and 2 more by our own shooting. But the important figure is less than 1,000 magazines. Let's check that against stream 1. Resupplied, final fight. Okay, I again didn't give myself good save game names. I think here we are in that. Did I do them in the same order? No, we took that nest for some reason. That's hard to compare then. Are we in danger of polluting? We might be in danger of polluting those. Yeah, we might have to take those as well actually. Okay, so let's go post final fight on that one. That is where we stopped the first stream. 2 hours and 50 minutes. 25% evolution. 87 medium biters killed. And we spent 2,200 magazines. So those are our goals. We are at 20%. 2 hours flat now. So we're gonna be ahead. We need to take down these 2 nests to equal. I guess we'll take this one. It doesn't make sense to come back later. We can see how much ammo we use in that one and then discount that or something. Okay, it's not gonna be a perfect comparison anyway. I guess we just... Do we need a planning for this one? I guess yes. We need to save the time. I don't have enough pipes, though. I forgot about that nest. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's going to be another 300 pipes or so. I did take that iron, so we can make that. Okay, we're going to be handcrafting pipes then. At least some of them. And... okay, ideally like 1 set of turrets should do it here. It is medium biter era, but the chance of spawning one is pretty low. So hopefully we can just get away with 4 turrets on this one. Alright. Don't think we need really much of a plan this time. Just drawing the biters. Calmest nest ever. Right. See if we get the first medium one. That streaming my guy is always in the way of the placements. So that pipe is definitely not gonna block the spawns, I don't believe it. Yeah, okay, so we do need to chop this rock down. And I blocked the spawn. Looks like I could. Expansion done. It's a little bit more than a minute, but that's just a tiny bump, man. I don't think we spend a lot of magazines on that. Okay, we have 412 in total. We can see it then on this one. Okay, it's 25 magazines spent. That's nothing in the grand scheme of things. Alright, let's walk back to that one and then we'll save again. Then we also can see how much time it cost us. We'll save here. Okay, 2 hour 1 and 10. 2 hour 3 and 10. So basically it cost us 2 minutes and 25 magazines. Survivable. Speaking about survivable, let's see what the next expansion chunk is, shall we? If there is one already. Okay, no, it's still this one. Only 2 expansions have happened so far. Shouldn't it be 3 at this point? I don't think so. 1, 2... Yeah, the next one should come in not too much time. So maybe I should have blocked this off just for a little bit more safety. I'm not going to though. I've already walked this way now. Actually, I'm still here. We can just... Let's see, where do I need to place it to block this? It's this chunk up here. So I need to walk like 3 chunks north. That's a lot. Looks like we're doing it. Looks like we're doing it. Off. That should at least do something. Do we go back to the base though? I don't think so. We are just gonna go straight to these guys and then these guys. So let's start going straight in a diagonal line. Does this not cause you to burn out? No, it's kind of nice to have the... I don't know. I mean, starting something... This is something I already know, except applied to a different environment, I suppose. Whereas starting something like, you know, Pianodons would be a whole new set of headaches. And a whole new set of things to remember, parallel to the 1000 times default settings run. There's a lot of trees here, that's bad. It's actually not that bad. We got some worms in the back. Okay, we probably do need to keep into mind the medium biters now. Actually, probably... Can those worms reach these turrets? That's the question. I think if I do this for the top, we can then just go to the bottom. The medium biters are here. Theoretically. The spawn chance of a medium biter is 2%, so 1 in 50. So probably we're gonna get one, so I might want to place a couple extra turrets so we can shoot one. It takes like 8 seconds of continuous gunfire from a single turret to take one down. 8 full seconds. That's a lot of time. So 5 turrets would be shooting 2 seconds or something at that medium biter alone. So we need the firepower there. Thanks, hey, CTX, thanks for the 25 months. Thanks for the streams, thanks for always hanging out. This is DEATHWORLD, same concept but on DEATHWORLD. Started out as a joke, but now we kind of think we have at least a little bit of a strategy. Okay, deleted the right one. I think we have to walk over there again. I think I'll just keep it on. If I see a circle blinking, we can maybe respond to it. I guess 3 out of 3 is quite unlikely for in the base, but you know, the first 2 results have already happened. Sorry about that. We're optimizing everything. Yeah, I know they're not fixed, and I wouldn't call it fixing. They're changing the behavior of pipe blocking. Not sure what the reasoning behind this they didn't give us, but it has been deemed too cheesy. I disagree. It's way harder to block biter bases with pipes than it is to just take them out straight up. It is only for weird challenges like this one that it actually matters, and I suppose for getting that achievement, but there's a lot of cheesable achievements in there, so I don't see why that single one should matter so much that that entire behavior is going to get changed. But oh well. I think we're just going to go in. We already did the planning. One for the biters. Okay, good. Alright. Medium biter, first one. I guess we do redo the blueprint again. On default settings we did that to save ammo, but now we are just doing it to save time. Yeah, that sound is a single medium biter spawning. This is just 7 small biters spawning, this sound. I want one more medium biter. I said. That's a medium biter. From 8 turrets, that's why I have 8 at 5. Takes quite a while. Also a lot of ammo. And later when we are gonna have more medium biters spawning at the same time, we're gonna need to have even heavier defenses. Alright, let's start chopping trees. Okay, let's... If a tree doesn't need to be chopped, I don't want it. Because of the pollution issue. Every single tree is valuable again. Oh, I guess now it matters. I should start from the south, since it's medium biter area. Because all the biter bases are in the south. So blocking those off first eliminates the resource heavy and damage heavy kills of the medium biter. Misplaced pipe behind the tree. Another one. Oh, we can take that one. Oh, come on. I'm not gonna reload. I'm not gonna reload. For a misplaced biter. Misplaced pipe behind the tree, which I'll never look at again. I don't need to look at it to know it though. Okay, I think that's all the biter bases blocked off. I don't think we spawned any more medium biters. Alright, looks so far so good. Are we doing the other self-imposed challenges too? Not really decided yet. I guess we have already eaten fish, so the full answer is no. I haven't decided yet on base defense. Base defense kinda changes the equation between going for flamethrowers or going for laser turrets. If it's no base defense, it's gonna be laser turrets. Flamethrowers are gonna be useless. If it's with base defense, we could potentially use flamethrowers like base defense and pollute harder. As we can deal with the attacks. One more for the comparison. But yeah, we had 1.1k magazines instead of, what was it, 2k or something? 2.1k. And one medium biter killed instead of like 80 or something. Time to plan the last nest in the direct vicinity. I should have been crafting pipes, I forgot about that. So... let's do that. And then save. Wanna stay more close by for the planning. Is it already severe enough that we just plan only biter bases? I think so, yeah. We're gonna do that now. Spawn chances up to 3%. Okay, it's not that bad yet. Where are we gonna come in from though? This is kind of awkward. where I don't see any good places to place the gun turrets. So maybe we're gonna come in from the top. Can do something like that. That takes out almost all the worms except the bottom ones. Since it's medium biter area, I guess we could do this for the initial stage. Alright, so yeah, it's 3%, so we shouldn't get multiple spawns at the same time if everything goes averagely. Okay, we got that one. This one does seem to have a little bit more biters than you would usually expect, so... Alright, that went as well as I could have hoped. That's all worms. So I guess we'll update the blueprint. That was a medium one again. So this is a change from when there's no medium biters. Only the biter bases are blocked off in this one. So I'll just be placing all those pipes, and only afterwards we'll be placing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we do get some lines here. So maybe we want to include this guy, because that makes it easier to place everything. I think that's going to be the first round, and then we'll do the second round with the splitter bases. Okay, this is an entire base by itself over here. Yeah, my pipe placing accuracy has definitely gotten better. I shouldn't have said anything. 1 biter base is blocked out of the 4. There's only splitter down there for sure, so let's wait on that. Because this is the most dangerous base. Let's keep the top left open so the biter spawns there. It's not that a medium biter will kill me in like a second or two. But it's something I cannot really personally defend against anymore with the pistol. Okay, I think all the biter bases are blocked at least. Biters blocked, so for the rest of the session only splitters should be spawning. 1 pipe is... 5 pipes are missing. Behind the gun turrets here and behind the rock there. This one we already did, so again, blueprint. So now we can take our time. No matter what spawns, it's gonna be small biters, causing not a lot of damage. The annoying part is we are making 2 loops now. I don't think it takes... It probably takes a little bit more time overall. Actually, I'm not sure that's a good trade-off. I think it is, but not entirely convinced. I think time and pollution are approximately similar in contribution to biter evolution in the gun turret stage here, so it does help me to more flexibly place my gun turrets though, as I only need to make sure I don't put them on the spaces where biters are. All of the turrets are blocking something. That is not great. Don't spawn something on the very last... Okay, gun turret. Home loop complete. So yeah, let's deconstruct the last gun turret, and then we have made it to the equivalent point compared to the last stream where we already had a decent plan. For this restart, we just had an even better plan. Save 111, starter loop complete. 2 hours 11 minutes. That is like 50 minutes before we researched gun turrets on the very first attempt, and now this is just such an improvement. Blinking circle. Okay, this is no longer blinking. That probably means a different circle is blinking. Let's see where it is this time. I don't see one at all. Maybe it just goes away after half an hour if there are no new one is selected. Ah, now I see it. So we got the expansion over here this time. That is good. That is what we wanted. Stuff like that to happen. Just making expansions very far away from the base. This was about as far away from the base as we could have hoped for. As you can see, that still turns the surrounding chunks red, so that is why we need to make the decoy farm again. Alright, pretty good in general. Let's load here. Let's cancel that. So let's compare the stats. Say 2 hours 11, spent 1260 magazines, killed 4 medium biters, and 73 worms, 2.5k small ones. Most important stats is 4 medium biters and 1260 magazines. So here we are like almost 40 minutes ahead of schedule here compared to last time. Like here I did the difficult fights last, that was a mistake as well. So instead of 4 we have 87 medium biters killed over here for the same amount of blocking. And we have spent 2200 magazines almost. So we are about 1000 magazines ahead, if I remember correctly. 1260, right? That's like 4000 iron, which we need to resupply less. 4000 iron plates, which won't push the evolution factor even further, which then causes even more medium biters to spawn on the next fight, and so on and so on. That's why it's like a compound interest kind of effect. So So at least that part is looking a lot better. We also killed a lot more small biters. So it might have been that we were slower. Be that, or it also is the way. The higher the evolution factor, the shorter the cooldown timer on the biter base for spawning new biters. So that could also contribute to that. And then let's check the, I guess I don't have the very first stream, I think. I think we don't have much else to compare it against. Alright, so that's the home loop complete. That means we should be able to go home and start burnering stuff up. I think let's just take this as an opportunity to see where we're at in terms of resources. I did forget to disconnect this. It doesn't matter too much, but you know. Don't need that in there anymore. Right, so we do have the gun turret stuff over here. Second batch of turrets. All of this is empty. Let's go up north. These are still running. Okay, these are almost out. Let's let them run out. While we put away this. This is gonna be our power lines later on. No separate wood collection that we don't need. I guess this is garbage. The majority of our gun turrets is damaged at this point, so perhaps it is time to start replacing some of them. We still have 80 of the 100 gun turrets available. Magazines count. I guess let's also finish the handcrafts. About 1500, 1600 magazines. Gun turrets. We are out of pipes, so we do need... Before we attack any more bases, we do need more pipes, which means we do need to start iron production. Let's switch this off for a second. So all of the closest nests have been neutralized. So now basically it is time to decide on which other fights do we want to take and in which order. And I planned that out for the practice runs, and it's a lot of work. It basically comes down to, let's just go editor mode straight up. Just looking what kind of bases there are, counting the amount of biter bases, assigning it a priority factor. This is going to be one of the first ones that has like 10 biter bases and a bunch of splitter bases. It does not have much in the way of forest or rocks blocking the stuff, so it's going to be easy to block off. That's a factor as well. One of the other ones that are going to be first is this double nest over here, with 10 biter bases combined and a lot of worms. And the base behind it, which has 1 or 2 medium worms, I forgot exactly. Looks like 1. Only see 1. There's 1 medium worm in there. That guy takes 100 magazines by itself to kill. 500 hit points, 5 physical resistance against 5 physical damage, means half a damage per bullet. So with 500 hit points, that amounts to 1000 bullets, or 100 seconds of continuous fire, almost 2 minutes from a single gun turret. Combined to the small ones, they don't have the resistance. Where is the resistance? Yeah, they don't have any resistance at all, so they just die in 8 magazines instead of 100. So these are like 15 times as ammo intense to kill, and of course they do a lot more damage as well. So basically one of these counts for 15 small worms, which is why we cannot take on bases like this, because this is like 15 small worms for every single worm there is in the nest, and a lot more biter bases as well. So this is off limits. We are only going to be looking at nests which have small worms, because when we enter medium worm distance, the type of worm is decided by distance from spawn. So this is takeable. This is all small worms. One medium is okay. And these guys are takeable, but already these guys up here, even though it's like just a couple nests, there's just too many worms. That is like, that's gonna take like 2,000 magazines to kill, plus that's like more magazines than that's 2 times more magazines than we've spent so far just to take on a single nest. That's gonna push evolution too far in terms of time investment and resource investment. It is already questionable to take on like these bases over here. It only really frees up like 1 million iron, and we already can take some of this iron at a limited rate without taking these biter bases. The main advantage of taking these biter bases is increasing the amount of green chunks we later have access to, since we don't need to build a wall at the south left corner of the mouse over right now, but we can build it out on the southwest corner of where these biter bases are. Basically, this is going to be the biter bases that determine the border on the left and bottom sides instead of these. So that's going to give us a lot more decoy biter expansion chunks to work with. The problem is these nests are pretty beefy, all of them. So a lot of those are going to be high priority. We got this one, which is high priority. We got this area over here, which looks like high priority. But if you take a closer look, there's only one biter base here, and the rest is all spitter bases. So this one is actually probably going to be one of the lowest priority nests. And there's another small one down here with a medium worm. I thought about taking on these guys because they're close to this iron patch. But it is again tons of medium worms. It is possible, but it is very expensive to take out with limited advantage, because there's another like 3 big nests on the bottom right there. So we want to take this so we can mine some iron. I don't think we're going to be mining this until we go for either flamethrowers or like laser defenses. We'll see. I think base defense is going to be on the cards for this run. It costs 15 million to rush to laser turret, and then another 15 million or so to rush bots and personal armor. And we don't have the resources for both unless we also defend the base. There's also when we could actually do some pollution absorption. Yeah, I just got a new idea. What if it's a little bit dangerous? It's doable though. I'm not sure how much it would cost me, but we can already do a biter Zeus in the gun turret stage. Yeah, let's switch evolution to like 50, like big biter phase. I think 0.75. Okay, we got 75% evolution, 66% big biters, and we got medium spitters and big spitters 50-50-ish from this nest. So, what if Well, if we had this over here and this, those are very killable. I guess I should actually enter editor mode. Alright, so we will need to come by to... Oh, that is a lot of damage though. It's like 10 shots to... or 11 shots to a gun turret kill. Okay, that might not be as viable as possible as I thought. That could be a pollution absorbing mechanism though. So basically these nests cannot absorb pollution anymore because they cannot send biters to attack groups. This is questionable though. The spitters can do the damage from a distance. They almost always can get a shot in. Okay, yeah, that's gonna get obliterated in seconds without automated repairs. That's something we... Oh. Okay, it doesn't insta-kill you like the behemoth ones, but it's still pretty dangerous. We could just sometimes set free a couple of those guys just to absorb a little bit of pollution and when we need to. If we do that like on... Where's that iron patch? Okay, there's a biter base at the edge. That's unfortunate. We still can set free a spitter. That would be on the iron patch. It would directly absorb the pollution from the chunk. And it's still going to be hard to keep it from spreading though. Okay, it's an idea. It might turn out to have some use. I don't think it's going to be as powerful as in default settings. We just have a loop of biter bases around and then a very large distance to the actual nearest biter bases. Here, I think the other biter bases are too close by to actually profit off that effect a lot. Like say if I have base parts over here, yeah sure. Some of the pollution is going to absorb here, but a lot of the pollution is just going to spread out here and reach the biters anyway. So, limited use maybe. We'll see. Yeah, I can read it, soft Alivieshka, but I cannot understand it. Yeah, we have Ben the fish on the map. I didn't have the time yet to rename him. That is how speedy we are being. But that is an incredible difference. That's like half the ammo spendage. So unlike the early game, we want to limit resource production as much as possible. And we're doing a decent job of it. Right, so I guess it's time to go into the battle planning stage. For that, I'm actually gonna... No. Let's make a save with everything explored. This is all the chunks that exist in the world right now. And, you know, the default settings map was larger than a screen when we claimed all of our territory, I think. And here, this is already way beyond what we can take out. It is just such a massive difference. Alright. We're also gonna load this in the strategy folder. I got the Stream 2 battle plan. That might become the Stream 3 battle plan. What time is it now? Oh, yes, already 11. That's also... Okay, this is gonna look a bit annoying. Yeah, okay. But... Okay, that's a little... might be a little bit too large. That should increase the size of the... There's something about doing, and overdoing. I cannot even find it anymore. Should make the text a little bit bigger. Doesn't make the icons bigger. That doesn't really help. Alright, so here's the battle plan. I want the home nests are secured. All of the nests which have a tag are the ones which I'm planning to take out. And as you can see, that's really a very limited area around spawn. And there is no use in going out far. There is just no way. That's never going to be in reach. So we want to take out basically all of these small wormed biter bases. I think that's this. We are taking out all of them except maybe this one. This is all small worms as well, but since this one has a lot of mediums, there is not really a point in taking out this one. It doesn't protect anything. We even are not gonna take this out because... Okay, we could mine a little bit more, but we are polluting these, we are polluting these. We could neutralize them for a high cost because it's medium worm terrain. But then we still have this base, which is just impossible. Which is just gonna pollute, absorb pollution slightly later. This might... Can I manipulate expansions so that I will make one over here and then just hope that the first one is a spitter base and then just take out the rest of the group so we can do the biter zoo thing? That's probably a little bit too much wishful thinking. Right, so all of the biter bases which I want to take out are marked. It's not that many fights, to be honest. I also want to explore before big biters come. And I want to protect this iron patch over here, which surprisingly is pretty free of biters over here. That's 7.5 million. There's another one up here. So that's 10 million iron combined, which... Actually no, this one is worthless, I think. The biters are too close by, there is no forest. Once we have laser turrets though, we could like make a defensive turret line on there, so maybe it's not worthless. There's not a good coal patch here without a lot of biter bases close by. The thing is, I need to research not only laser turrets to take on nests like this, even with just medium worms. When it's like behemoth biters, this is just gonna be too much. To do by hand, I need the combination of laser turrets and personal construction bots, or at least landlocked roboports at a minimum, to be able to have a chance at doing anything over here. But I reckon I can take out biter expansions by hand. That's just a couple nests and a couple worms. So that is a whole lot less chaotic to fight. Unless the biter bases become too interconnected from expansion. That might happen. I don't know how many biter expansions we can prevent with the decoy green chunk method on this map over here. So we want to explore at least a couple of those patches further out, which we might be able to defend at least a little bit with laser turrets later on. We could potentially mine from this chunk with efficiency modules, like just a couple mining drills, but it would help. So we're gonna have to identify all of those patches. And maybe post laser turrets we can make our way there. We've got 11 million, that's a good iron patch. We've got these two for a combined 5 million. So that's 16 million already inside of our territory. Technically we got this one, but we can place like 2 or 3 drills on here maximum. Maybe 2. I forgot how many. So this is not worth 5 million, but we'll see. That is 16 million good iron. This is also just like 2 mining drills maybe. I think here we can place 1 mining drill. We will get attacked, but because these bite us in this chunk over here are both spitter bases, we will get attacked only by spitters. At least that's the theory. So I can have 1 electric mining drill here that pollutes these nests, but with some gun turrets we should be able to defend that. So yeah, we are really quite limited. And we got 1 million here. I think we can mine the full 1 million if we take out all of these, despite this base being there. There's not a tiny iron patch here, which is worth like a miner or 2. See if I'm missing anything nearby. I think that is kind of it. That is already too far out to even hope for. Yeah, not counting the star adds 0.4 million, it doesn't really count. So what we really have is 16 million iron. And scraps. Okay. If I look at the bare minimum requirements to get laser turret attacked, that is 15 million iron, 15 of the 16 million. And that is without any, not a single unnecessary technology. There's no steel furnaces, no modules, no solar panels, no efficiency modules, no productivity modules for the labs even. Because it looks like it might be more expensive to make the detour. And also that means more pollution. If we're going to be pollution limited on the map, I think. It's not even repair packs. No advanced oil processing. It's just laser turrets, straight up laser turrets. It requires 1 military tech, 150k for laser turret, and 2 blue techs, laser and laser turret itself for 250k. That is without bots and everything. So the resource count suggests it's technically possible. Okay, we can switch over to Excel maybe. Okay, if you're watching in a dark room, I'm gonna flash the screen bright. So squint your eyes. 3, 2, 1. Ouch. So this is the planning. The bare minimum of technologies: 15 million iron, 6 million copper, about 3.5 million coal, and 1.5 million stone as well. That excludes stone for landfill to make decoy chunks. These are all the required required technologies to get to laser turret. So it's only red and green. Then we got blue and military. Especially laser turret, it by itself costs 4 million. That's almost a third of the entire cost. But if we also go for construction bots, then the total cost rocket up to 24 million iron, which we don't have. We have about 16 plus change, let's say 17 million. So we cannot really deviate from the bare minimum. Modules by itself makes the cost 17 million. That would unlock productivity modules, efficiency modules for basically progressing like almost 5 times faster in terms of mining pollution. Steel furnaces are questionable. So steel furnaces, they save a lot of coal for the smelting side. But I don't think we need to save coal, so I guess we're sticking to stone furnaces. It costs 500,000 iron to unlock and it saves like 500,000 coal. So it's the pollution is the same per iron smelted. So it kind of is not worth it to go for that. So I guess if we look only at modules, it's 1.5 million iron extra instead of 2. So that makes it 16.6 million. We could try to integrate modules on the way. Productivity modules in the labs could decrease the cost of laser turret by 4%. 8%. We don't have quality. So it's not going to be 10 or 12%. So that is like 300k iron. I guess we can get modules pretty early then, just right after oil processing, plastics, advanced circuit. We can get discount on all of these tags. That's 8.7 million. Okay, now we're tier rising again. Let's say 8.7 million divided 1.08. No. And I guess then minus 8.7 million. Alright, so technically modules costs 1.5 million iron. It can save us 650,000 iron. Which means it's not worth it to go for if we only consider reaching laser turrets. If we also consider reaching bots though, which is kinda necessary to take on existing nests on the map, then it's gonna be worth it, because that's another 7 million iron by itself. The savings are gonna be at least 2 times greater, and it also unlocks efficiency modules. So I kinda want to go for modules on the way. I just hope that we can. So let's restore it to the original position. And then modular armor, and this is all wishful thinking. That's not gonna happen. The thing is though, if we also want bots, the total cost 24. If we want personal bots is 28 million iron. Which is, it's not gonna happen. I didn't consider flamethrower turrets in here. This is just a laser part. So, 17.1 million. Do we have that? If we discount steel furnaces, 16.6. If we discount the discount from at least having productivity modules in the labs, which hopefully should work, it's 16 million flat instead of 15 million flat. I think we're gonna go for that. So we're gonna assume that we can go for modules. I think we have to, just to give the future of the playthrough a chance if we can get to that point. So that's all of the resources, right? Let's go back to the game. That's all our resources. We got 11 million here, 13, 15 million. That is without mining productivity. Mining productivity, not worth it, because by the time we can access it, we are pretty close to laser turrets, so we cannot afford to invest 2.5 million resources into mining productivity to get that back. It's worth it before rocket silo, of course, but not worth it before just laser turret. I guess that's the 16 million. We can mine that entirely. We got a little bit of iron here, but we also need iron to build the base and to make laser turrets and replace losses. And yeah, I think there's just barely enough iron on the map. All the other resources are fine, I think. There's actually only 2 million copper here. We got this copper over here, which we can take some of. And this copper over here, that's like 11 million copper. And this one, so we got 13 million copper. If I look back in Excel, we need way less copper than iron for sure. About 6 million, so that's going to be fairly easy. And then about 3.5 million coal. We don't have that much coal available. We have this one over here, which we can take a limited amount of. And we've got these patches over here, but of course we also want to take iron. And that's going to create a lot of pollution, so we have to balance that a little bit to not pollute these biters, which are untakeable. There is tons of medium worms in there. Actually, there's not tons of these nests are just too big. These nests are just too big to take on. There are medium worms in there as well. And there's if we take on these guys, we also need to take on these guys, and these guys do have all medium worms, so that's not takeable. So yeah, that's not gonna happen. I think flamethrowers, they are too wild. They just have area of effect attack, so they will destroy. They also destroy you, and they destroy pipes, so I guess they don't destroy walls, so we could still wall the biter bases, but I think it's not going to be great. I had that, I did a playthrough kill biters for resources, where we also had to kill biters to get resources at all. You had to spend like 1.6 iron on a biter kill to get 2 iron, so that was not very economic. But anyway, I did a test with flamethrowers as well, but it was very, very messy. It's pretty hard to keep everything intact, so to say. Right, so the battle order is gonna be, first we take on this nest. It has 10 biter bases and it is spread out, which makes it a bit more difficult as well. There's a ton of worms hidden in the forest. We're going to be walking, limited by walking speed a little bit over this 3-chunk white double nest. Second nest is going to be this guy. It has a medium worm and just a lot of bases in general, as well as I think another 10 biter bases. So 1 and 2, those are going to require probably a lot of ammo. Then we're going to take this one on. That's the last one, which has 10 biter bases. That's number 3. And I think after that we can load back in here to see what is next. We got 4, that's 9 biter bases here. Another 9 biter bases here. For 5, we'll just look ahead a bit. I think 6 was the coal nest. Let's actually get rid of that. 8 biter bases. 7, there is 7 biter bases here. And I think this area in general 9, so we got 8 still somewhere. 8 over here, 7 biters and 1 medium worm. There's one more nest here, but this one is one of the smaller ones, only 5 biter bases, so it doesn't have a number. Number 9 is this area in general. So yeah, lots of nests, but lots of spitter nests, which means only this one has biters really. The rest is mostly spitter, so it should be fairly safe. This one has 0. It's 7 biter bases, but has 10 medium worms. And also we are attracting the attention of these guys a little. I think it's just too costly for what it gives us. We need to prioritize mining iron from the patches where we can just mine a very limited amount from. Like 2 mining drills on here, perhaps 2 mining drills on here. We gotta prioritize that iron over our home iron. Which we can mine up at not any rate, but at a much higher rate. Alright. Guess that's the plan. Back to normal sized G. So 1, 2, 3. Then we go back 4, 5. Potentially. Alright. Just research artillery. We're working on it. We're on a beeline. I cannot even see all the biter bases I am supposed to take out. The double base is here. That one is over there. The untakeable one is right here. This is another untakeable one. So this is nest number 3. So 1, 2, 3, and then we went back, I guess 4, 5. I think that was the order. And then 6 was the cold nest. And 7 I don't remember. Maybe that one. Yeah, I don't think we'll get that far though, so we don't want to waste time. We do need to craft more pipes. Let's just start crafting pipes. I think handcrafting pipes is a better handcraft than ammo in general, since it eats up only 2 iron per second, whereas ammo takes up, I think, 4 iron per second. So that's more suited to doing assemblers, since it will create less pollution. So I think we do want to... I don't know if I have enough ammo too, man. We need to... I think we first need to make the plan. Let's explore that area a little bit. For the planning phase, we can make it day. I really would like to take these guys on first, but these guys are just in the way. Yeah, we definitely want to block off the biters only first. Not the spitters. I think that's all of it. Basically, we gotta see how many gun turrets we need to do this, and then we can know how much ammo we need approximately as well to fill all the gun turrets. I guess how do we approach this? I guess we approach from the south because that's where we're coming from. I think we first gotta take out this massive amount of worms over here. Somehow there's not a lot of space again. I can just do a massive line of turrets here, just to take out all the nearby worms. I think the time has come to stop worrying too much about ammo and gun turret construction efficiency. Alright, I hope that takes out that worm as well. Then we just need... Let's find if we can place at least some turrets here. Thanks, Digiboo, for the bits. 100 or 300, I don't know how that works exactly, but thanks. Do you need more if you abandon Novice? We are not thinking about abandoning it is too far ahead. It takes way more resources to abandon or like to leave the planet. You need like 100 million iron or so without the laser turret distraction. That is how we got past the default settings run. Alright. I think we will risk this to take down that worm. I think that's all the worms taken care of here. That's already 33 turrets. So we come in, plop plop, plop plop plop. Probably run back out. I think we gotta do this in one go. We can just traverse here perhaps. Do we dare to do vertical rows? I hate vertical rows, but we might be able to come in here actually. There's a lot of biter bases here, so putting some extra turrets there won't hurt. There's a worm on. There's a 3-star. That's a tactical worm, man. Look at that guy. Looks like a tree spawned there first or something, and then the worm spawned underneath. But actually, not. That guy is not in range. Guess we have to do that, perhaps. And then the only worms left are over here. It might be worth it to just continue along the north edge to take those guys down somehow. We can walk all the way over here. I think we need... if we place turrets, it's gotta be at least 10 at this point to protect against medium biters. So that's a big attack plan. Containing 68 turrets. Oh boy. "68 turrets. We still have 80, so that is alright. 68 turrets. If we do half stacks of ammo, that is 3,400 magazines. I guess we're gonna have to quarter stack. We also need a couple extra turrets in the beginning to take out the biters, so we're looking at 2k ammo in the turrets. We should not go in with less than 2k ammo, I feel. We only need 300 pipes, so perhaps I do wanna not craft too many pipes just yet. I think we're gonna have to go back to the base to resupply after every fight now. So I think maybe it is time to start. It's 300. We need 280. We need a bit more. The rest goes in magazines then. It does look like we need to start up iron mining then. That's going to accelerate evolution pretty fast. I think that this next fight is going to be a massive spike in difficulty already. Need some iron for 2k max for next fight. do we already... I don't think we need to make gun turrets just yet, but we do want to refuel. Okay, I'm just gonna go full stack, half stack at this point. That's gonna cost a lot of coal. Again, out. Alright. I placed all my burners. I don't think I'm gonna make more at the moment. Alright. So the question is... I got 24 burners on coal and I got about 100 burners on iron, I suppose. I guess I got 120 in total. I got 96 in iron then. What do we need again? So I think the ratio is approximately right. I think we do want to continue mining coal as well then. Let's do half stacks. Okay. Now we gotta take some of that iron. And the thing is, we want this just to continue mining. That's already out. I'm not gonna replace all of that. That's another 300 magazines. 1.3. That's about enough magazines. And the pipe. I think we're only going to use the 8, so I can just walk in the center this time. I shouldn't have crafted those gears yet if I wasn't going to make the gun turrets. But oh well. Okay, we need a little bit more magazines, so got enough pipes. Let's collect this once more. We'll handcraft the magazines. We'll pick up the magazines down below. Something like that. I guess go pick that up as well. Should be done. It is done. Alright, that's about 2k magazines once those are done, and the pipes as well. The difference is now we are mining. And let's just see how much of a difference that makes. If we look at this evolution percentage increaser, that's the reduced speed, 455 to 732. So every second it goes up like 277 points. 277. If we compare that to how much it goes up if we're not creating pollution. 277 it was. So now it's 226 minus 67. So 159. So basically we are not quite doubling the speed of evolution progress. Time is that brutal on that world. On default settings, that would be the majority of the mining, would be the majority of increase to evolution. On that world, it still looks like we need to worry more about time than even about mining with that many burner mining drills. So maybe I've already worried about it a little bit too much. Yeah, but this is gonna just fill up with 100 plates and then another 70 unsmelted ore. That's gonna be our replenishments for when we come back. So the plan is now to go out, do battle, come back, take the like 10k iron that is ready, make it into new magazines and pipes and potentially gun turrets, and go out to the next nest. Always just having like a single replacement behind, so that the evolution is as low as it can possibly be for every fight. So I guess we're gonna go for the first difficult fight. Let's see how we fare. I hope we have enough stuff on us. I am kind of scared, to be honest. Underpowering mining drills is not really that possible. A single steam engine does 900 kilowatts, that's the minimum. And that can power 10 mining drills, so you can just build fewer mining drills. I guess we are exploring this a little. 115. Big fight 1. Okay, we did plan it already, so we can skip that. Now we just need to perform it. Oh boy. This is a great moment to just, you know, read some chats to postpone the inevitable. Missing pipes for left base. Yeah, we're missing all the splitter bases. Because those don't spawn medium biters, they only spawn small biters for the moment. And later spawn small splitters, which are even more ammo efficient to take out. Although a bit more dangerous. So we want to neutralize all the biter spawns first. So we preserve as much ammo and therefore pollution as possible. Flamethrowers kill worms really quickly. The base is really slow. I think worms these days have increased resistances. 70% fire resistant. I think that's new. It's all the 80% laser resistance is for sure new. I do variance wrong, yeah. I don't even know how to say it. Variance. No, this doesn't sound right. I'm gonna mispronounce it because it sounds better in my own ears. Alright, I guess enough of the procrastination. I guess we only really want to draw the left biters for now. Maybe I should use some damage gun turrets in the back. I guess take out a lot of ammo from these. Going to be limited. Plop. That should lure most of them. Let me please them. That's good enough, I suppose. Let's see if we can. Yeah, I can eat fish. I keep forgetting this is not a vegan playthrough. Alright, not great. Not great, but I think we're gonna keep it. Let's check the stats on that one. We really need a custom time interval for this man. That was a medium biter. That was an instant 10 magazines or so. We did lose 13 gun turrets. That is not great. I think I'm gonna try to replay that one more time. And we'll just keep the best result. It wasn't that bad, but it was not great. Trigger the biters. Didn't trigger the biters. That triggered them. That was clean. Fish. Don't forget about fish. Okay. I think that went better. I only have 5 turrets left though. Thumbs down, V2. So let's check. Okay, there's also 12 turrets lost. I don't really know then. Was the other one like close to 20 then or what? 13. Okay, this is quite kind of the same. Might keep this one then, because at least we got the turrets up on this side as well. Now I got only 5 turrets left. The medium biter kill count was 4. It's already 23 now. So they're definitely spawning a lot more. Now it's 8% medium biter spawn chance instead of 2 or 3%, and we got a lot more nests to spawn them. So this is the point where speed is gonna take. Let's delete this one then. Speed of placing pipes is gonna be important. So I guess we do want to. We want to redo the blueprint only for the biter bases. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Eight, 9, 10. And we will not place any for the splitter bases just yet, so just this. Just these pipes. Do I have enough pipes? I only counted the I only counted the biter bases, I think. So we're gonna cancel this and make more pipes, I think. Wait. I didn't save the blueprint. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 apparently. 1, 2, 7. Okay, there is only 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No misclicks. Snap to grid, only pipes. Place it in here. Let's delete the rest. Oh, I did save it. Okay, never mind then. Alright. Cancel this. Pipes instead. Oh. Yeah, no more small noises from the gun turrets. But you see, I am still deconstructing pipes, which means I'm still feeling quite relaxed apparently. Oof. Alright, not too bad. Brings the entire left side blocked off. Don't think I didn't see that pipe. Alright, that should be all biters down. Alright, so let's see the spendage. That was almost 700 magazines spent. The initial onslaught. Then with full medium biter spawns over here. Then we started blocking the biter bases one by one. And now we are down to this level of ammo spendage. About 50 to 60 magazines a minute instead of several hundred. That's why we're blocking off the medium biters first. See if I did all of them. I cannot because there's turrets. Yeah, right. We just will add the splitter bases now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, no walls, so that probably should be good. Yet another blueprint. Load it back. You can hear the gun turrets are quiet now. 50 magazines a minute. A big difference between when medium splitters are spawning, medium biters are spawning and not. I think it's worth it. The double pipe hassle. I think this is one of the most annoying nests to pipe due to it being so spread out. Thanks, left side done. Clickety click, clickety click. It is much more annoying to pipe the nest in 2 stages though. I do hope that the 2.1 change does the just make them spawn more randomly thing, and it still is possible to block off the nests just with more pipes. It's going to be a little bit more annoying that we cannot do the nice underground belts under all the we cannot really bring the bells through the nests anymore. If we need to block all these spaces around the nests. Nest 1 down, I think. Okay, there is always some either in the tree still. Let's just examine. I think this playthrough we're gonna underpower the raiders even further by just not having them at all. Since we are anyway using illegal map knowledge to beat the game. It doesn't really matter, we don't need to see what's going wrong. If it's gonna go wrong, we cannot stop it anyway. Alright. So 700 magazines spent, not too bad. So yeah, instead of having like a gradual fall off, basically if you draw a straight line through this here, then this triangle out here is the amount of ammo that we are saving, I think, by doing medium biters specifically first. That is going to increase later when the medium biter spawn chance is going to be higher up. Thanks Eris for the subscription. Can you not replace a pipe by... No, we cannot simply place one on the top. With gun turrets that works. But only if the gun turret has a different orientation. So this doesn't work. If I rotate it, now I can place it on top for some reason. But if it has the same orientation, it doesn't let me. Alright, so deconstruction time. And then resupply time. I think we're gonna need to make more gun turrets for the next fight. We used all 80 that we had for this one. So we're gonna need to reserve 2000 iron to make the next 100 gun turrets. We're getting a surprisingly low amount of instant spawns here, under the pipes. Probably want to take down the ones with the pipes underneath anyway. Only spitters should be able to... And small biters, I suppose, should be able to... Only biters from the spitter nests should be able to spawn in those places, so no medium biters. 68 health. I think if it's two reds of health, we are gonna take the gun turret. If it's only one, I think we're gonna shoot it to try to keep the gun turret health pool as good as possible. Why was that a medium biter then, after my... confident speech that no medium biters can spawn there? Must have sacrificed some. Let me through. I think that's the last ones. When is the point that you become stable? I don't know. I think the initial stability point is going to be when red and green signs is up. And the anti-biter expansion stuff is in place. And that is just hoping that enemy expansion doesn't F us over. Which the first signs indicate that it will. Yeah, 1000x Death World hands clean. Still debating about no base defense. Or not. Okay, the next fight is going to be even more difficult. I think it's a good practice to maybe just plan it out first. Let's just go over there. We again shall just not allow instant blueprint building. There's not a chunky nest. We got the medium worm over here. It's only one. A bunch of worms on this side. We don't really have the option to... Do we have the option to come in from the top? I guess we can walk all the way around here. If we want to come in from the top, there's the most open space for gun turrets. Well, let's first place the ones on the biter bases. It should be 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cancel any deconstructions. Yes, this guy takes... It takes 10 turrets 10 seconds to take out this guy alone. And there's going to be a lot of biter spawning. I think we gotta mix in some of those spitter biter priority turrets. And we're coming in here. Yes, we can place a lot of turrets here to just focus the medium worm, so that's good. It is probably better to come in from the top. That takes down all these worms almost. We can just do a vertical line in the middle. Takes out all but that guy. I think we want a lot more firepower though. Alright, and then just place this. We'll come over to this side to focus down the medium worm. This 20 gun turrets should do it, and then another line maybe down here. For the medium biters and the last two worms. And we got a blob here, a blob here, a blob here. And I think we should be able to place everything. That is 53 turrets. There's less turrets than last time. Okay, it is in the library now. 50 turrets. Yes, I think there's still one more load of coal in there, so we don't need to restart coal mining now. We have enough available at the moment. So what is the fastest way to resupply? What's the amount of pipes in there? 246, that's gonna roughly double, I suppose. So we need 500 pipes to block off the nest. I got like almost 500, so that's alright. So basically just grab 1 pipes. That's the first thing. Then we start handcrafting. I think then we just fill the ammo. 50 gun turrets. We have 64 left. It's probably going to be good to have healthy gun turrets more. So yeah, second order of business, first the gun turrets and then more ammo, and then just come back up here. Right, let's try it. Pipes. We'll start handcrafting some magazines. Or all the iron will not fit in the inventory. Here we actually need the full line. The second half of the gun turrets. The second quarter of the gun turrets. Eventually we should be making more. Let's overfill these. Then we'll go grab more iron. Throw away the pipes. Guess we're gonna keep the signs back on the ground as a lucky charm. Throw away the wood, throw away the stone. Sure. I think we can craft this into either more pipes or more ammo. Guess more pipes is the way to go. If I got enough ammo, we can do that. It is still going. The gun turrets are finishing up. Guess we'll wait for that. I think for the rest it's just going to be ammo. Okay, 2k magazines. Crafting another. Okay, I think it's not going to be pipes then. I think we want to keep crafting magazines. Alright, 24% evolution. That's almost spitter time. So if we go back before Big Fight 1, it took 15 minutes almost. We spent 13 minutes. It's now 24% evolution. Here it was 22. So basically we're going to go up 2% evolution per fight approximately. We still need to walk to the next nest as well. We have 10 fights planned. So that means 44% evolution-ish. It will slow down a little bit, I suppose. Then we have the cleanup to do and some exploration, all before 50%. So it's going to be quite tight. We are indeed polluting the starter nests now, which we first cleaned up. Gotta be sure to not accidentally pollute these guys or these guys, I suppose. That's all possible. Let's have a look if we can find the next spider expansion location already. Is it still here? Okay, we're still expanding here. That's 3 spitter bases, that's excellent. Your spitter nests could come in handy at some point. Alright, so expansion is not about to FS over just yet. But also those are going to become more and more frequent now. Right, so I think it's time to go then to fight number 2. Here. 2k magazines. I would like to have a bit more, but I think that should be alright. We're back up to over 100 healthy gun turrets though, so that's nice. Thanks Master Luck for the subscriptions. 3 months. Was inspired by your 1x 1000x run. Did on your own. Now on the road to biolabs. Oh, nice. Planning to mega base, but that doesn't combine with full-time job. Yeah, I guess so. Especially in with 1000x, it's so hard to get over the hump. Okay, I did it wrong. I was supposed to come in from the north. That's what you get for being distracted, I suppose. What happened to the last run? We won. That kinda sums it up very nicely. I should get you to write my scripts instead of me just, you know, over-analyzing every move. Hi, this is how I beat 1000 times science cost on purely default settings. We won. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Right, focus on the walking this time. Can use this moment to explore a little bit more. Yeah, there is hope. That's the entire problem with this playthrough. There is hope. We've got hopes, we've got dreams, and all of that bollocks. So now we are stuck trying to get this done. It was supposed to be impossible. It still looks impossible, but I'm not 100% sure that's impossible anymore. I think there is a chance. Yeah, we gotta go around those guys as well. Forgot about those guys. That is a fight we are not gonna be able to take. At least we got some exploration in and we are generating some more land. Let's go into this dangerous ravine. They shouldn't be able to see me over the cliff, I feel. That should be a thing. There should be line of sight. There's a convenient opening here, or we wouldn't have been able to escape. Okay, I hope that walk was worth it. That's the save point. Big fight 2. Alright, so we gotta place this. Coming from the north. We never polluted this nest, so there shouldn't be too many biters around. I think this is not gonna go. This one is not gonna go first try, I don't think. I should remember I have fish. I'm allowed to eat fish. It's out of my system now, man. Eating fish is out of my system. Let's try to lure them a little bit this way. Yeah, I'm in way too deep. No, that's not good. That is not good. We are shooting at nests as well. Maybe this angle is not as great as I thought it would be. I think we need more turrets. Maybe up front or something. I'm stuck. Alright, let's go for the medium one. You can see him on the left side. That is how much a single medium run takes. But that went acceptable though. That's good. Worms down. And that's the reason we cannot take more than like 1 or 2 medium worms at a time. About 300 ammo. Not too bad. At least 100 of that ammo was for that 1 medium worm in there. Ooh. Alright. We gotta update the blueprint. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I got 200 magazines in my inventory still, so that's okay. There's like a medium biter spawning on every cooldown, it feels like. 16% medium biter spawn rate and 10 nests, so that's on average 1.6 medium biters per wave, costing 8 ammo a pop and doing some damage. I think I want to start in the north, because there are some busted gun turrets. I think we're just gonna try to go from the top to the bottom. Another misplaced pipe, which I can never get back. The pain. Don't think I've actually blocked off a single nest just yet. I think I need to be a little bit more down still. Once they start spawning under your cursor, you can be pretty sure that the biter bases are on their last legs. Okay, all those on the left are just from that left biter base. That was a lot of mediums. We should have... Okay, we missed... I know we cannot really see if we missed something, because we are not blocking off the spitter bases, so stuff still should be spawning up there. Just the massive gunfire array should stop. Alright, I think that's the biters down. We'll just make the plan for the spitters and just check if there's still like massive rattles of gunfire going down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11-ish. 12. I think all the biters have stopped spawning. $50 medium biters was killed on the single nest alone. Yeah, that's the difference. Look at that. Initial wave, medium worm in there as well. Biter spawn. We start blocking off the biter bases and ammo usage just falls to almost nothing. Yeah, I really think that's worth it, man, to go about it like this. Despite the annoyance. Of basically having to pipe every nest twice. At least we don't have to do as many fights as on default settings. The amount of fights we're gonna have to do is severely limited. Let me out. Can somebody please shoot that guy? Thank you. Especially these could have been just lines from the start. They do like block your movement a little though. Stop it, Mr. Mouse. Having like a sticky click or something. Out the pipes. Okay, I think that's the spitters down. Holy moly. Yeah, another big chunk of ammo saved for sure. Bullet fighting costs, yeah, that could be going to research. But if you look at the entirety of the iron we mined so far, including researching gun turret, it's like, what, 70k compared to 17 million. That's like 0.4% of the total iron we need to reach laser turrets, right, with a hard beeline. So it's alright. Really the costs of everything else are kind of insignificant compared to science cost, basically, at 1000 times science cost. This is just iron. If we also include copper and coal, this number is gonna like double almost. Okay, we still have the gun turrets to replace. It's never a good sign if all gun turrets need to be replaced, because then there's nobody left to shoot the biters that spawn. That was an undamaged gun turret before that biter spawned. Okay, we gambled it on the last one. That was just like a single bullet away from dying. Okay, south is done. Then we can take down the rest safely. Two hours, 40 minutes. We are coming close up on the time where we finally managed to just research gun turret in the very first attempt. So that one just died due to loss of hope. Getting gun turret around 3 hours with spitters already appearing and a high medium biter spawn rate by the time you have to start combat, that just seemed unovercomable. I don't know if that's a word in English. Insurmountable, I think it's the word. Alright. Nest blocked. Up to 25% evolution. I think by the time we resupply it will be up to 26%. I think we need to go back to the base to resupply. The next nest coming up is another 10 biter base nest, and it's located in the south-ish actually. How did we manage to speed up? You can watch the last stream, the opening stream of this one. Basically by manipulating biter attack RNG, we got ourselves some favorable patterns so that we could mine the most and escape the most attacks, so that we could gather the resources as quickly as possible. Alright, we're back home. The next guys are these. The last one with 10 biter bases. After that we are dropping to 9 biter bases. I think still the spawn rate of medium biters is going up despite the nest count dropping. Okay, so some of these have run out. Is this the moment to rebuild this area a little, or maybe not? Okay, there's still 46 ore in there, so I first have to empty that. We could have some additional furnaces down here to smelt stuff. I just have to resupply on ammo. I'm just going to be handcrafting pipes. Those will be done by the time we need them. So we just need to replenish on ammo this time. Doesn't need to take long. I was thinking that would happen. Now let's show the ammo we have in here then. Double stack him. Yeah, I think... Should we rebuild or no? My number subletter get new subletters now. 118A. 118EA. I think we should at least fire up the burners again. Okay, that's the end of the vent battery. Okay, that is going to be the end of the stream then. Sorry about the sudden end, but the vent battery just gave way. I think I already streamed for longer than I intended to. It wasn't so sunny today, so I charged up a little bit less than I was planning. It was less sunny than expected. How does it go streaming on the laptop's battery though? That's probably not going to go very good. 5 hours, okay, I definitely streamed longer than I was planning. Okay, well, that's good progress. Can we get a count on ammo spent here? So about 3000 ammo spent. And less than 100 medium biters killed. 3000 ammo. I don't know if I got this far in any of the practice runs. Stream 1 didn't get that far for sure. And this is also not that far. And this is also not that far. I practiced the opening a lot for equipment as well. This one was already optimal. I don't think we've got a good comparison. But yeah, things are about to get more difficult. 25% evolution, medium biters spawning. About 20% of the time by the time we are ready to attack the nest. And spitters are going to be spawning as well. So those will make it a bit more interesting in the piping up stage, because we're going to need turrets all around the place to defend against those, since they can attack you at range. They won't run to you like the biters do. But in general, this is a pretty good start. I'm going to have to think about the strategy anyway, so when are we going to invest time in exploring? We gotta do the hard fights first, at least the 10 numbered fights. The cleanup fights, once a biter evolution is between 35-50%, I don't think the medium biter difficulty is going to increase that much anymore. So once only smaller nests are left, we might find the time to go a bit more and actually protect some of those external resources we will need potentially after reaching laser turret. Those still will need to be accessible at that point, so that is why we gotta still protect them early. We'll see how that goes though. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Sorry for the sudden end to the stream. Sunday we're gonna continue the Prometheum Signs debacle. Actually, I've completely forgotten how that went. I think Prometheum Signs is up. We are making Prometheum Signs above Norvis. And yeah, I think it's going to be a normal Factorio player stream. We're going to play Factorio like a normal person. You know, like going to Vulcanus, building tungsten mines because they are running out, and just in general doing normal player things for once. So be sure to not miss that for a change. That's going to be something unique on this channel. Anyway, thanks everybody for hanging out. I hope you had a good evening, and I'll see you all next time.